Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back. Pokemon Warrior, Aylin, good to see you. How you two doing? How are the things? We got some shit to talk about. We definitely got some shit to talk about. Oh boy. There is some stuff that dropped today. So we got a couple of things we got to talk about. You chilling? Well, that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah, I don't know why they have to make everything so weird, but yeah, we got some shit to talk about. No, not the Super Bowl. Absolutely not. No. Here we go. Here's the first one, which is interesting, and then we got some kind of bad news. First one, Hideo Kojima's timing is interesting as he posts a trailer update before the State of Play day. A new State of Play live stream has been confirmed for February 12th, but just minutes before Sony made the announcement, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach game director Hideo Kojima also teased something. The veteran game developer has been busy in his editing studio lately, putting together a trailer for the first time in 8 months. While he didn't have time to finish his work, he did post a photo of his desktop setup, including a close-up of his display. Granted, a Hideo Kojima game screen doesn't say much, but people are already speculating that a PC port of Death Stranding 2 is being prepped for a reveal this month. The game has been a PS5 exclusive since June of last year, and in the wake of an ESRB rating for a PC version that was later deleted, it looks likely that an announcement is on its way, given Kojima's close relationship with PlayStation. This is the full screenshot that he gave. So on the left, you have a Hideo Kojima game, and on the right, he is cutting some sort of trailer in Adobe Premiere Pro. Kind of exciting. Kind of exciting. And he specifically says, didn't have much time today for editing. The other side of the coin could be that Kojima is gearing up to release the first teaser for Physint, the spiritual successor to Metal Gear Solid. Kojima Productions unveiled the official poster for the stealth action game, which only hinted at the game's protagonist. Kojima has teased that Physint will be the next stage of tactical espionage action, and its graphics will break the barrier between movies and games. Between those two games, Kojima is also busy on several other projects. Fresh look at OD was revealed during the Beyond the Strand event back in September, while the world of Death Stranding is expanding with multiple projects like an anime spin-off and a live-action movie. On top of that, Kojima has partnered with the original creator of Pokemon Go to redefine immersive entertainment, and he recently launched his own credit card. So there you go. They're editing the trailer for a Director's Cut edition of Death Stranding. He did the same thing with the first one, and PC ports usually have the Director's Cut subtitle added to them, usually. No. So, the Director's Cut came out after it was ported to PC for the first one. I only know this specifically because I bought it on PC, played through it twice, and then the Director's Cut came out. That's the only reason I know that. Because the upgrade was only I want to say maybe $13 or $14 if you already had the original base game. So if you had if you had Death Stranding and then you wanted to buy the Director's Cut, you weren't paying for a new game. You were just paying for the upgrade to the Director's Cut, but you still have both versions of the game. So you have Death Stranding, and then you have Death Stranding Director's Cut on Steam still. Ghost of Tsushima did not have a base edition. Right, and Ghost of Tsushima took like 2.5 to 3 years to come out from PlayStation to PC. Meanwhile, Death Stranding took like just over a year. So they had to do something for Ghost of Tsushima, because why, if everybody's already like gone and played it, because for a while it was also on PlayStation Now. It was still called PlayStation Now. So if you already had played it on PlayStation Now, which PC users were doing, you kind of needed something in order to get people excited, which was make it a director's cut for the PC. But Death Stranding came out roughly about a year after it released for PlayStation 5. Then it came out on PC, and then it was there for a while, and then he came out with director's cut for it. So then a Kojima-made trailer for a PC edition, it makes sense. Well, it's literally right before they announced that there was a Sony State of Play that's coming up in 3 days. Not even 3 days. It's less than 3. Because today's the 9th. So it's actually coming. We're going to be watching it on Thursday. So, yeah. Interesting. But now we have some kind of really fucking bad news. And at first, I thought this might be a hoax, especially considering that it was paywalled and shit like that behind some no-name fucking website that I hadn't heard of before. And then I Googled it, and unfortunately it's true. And it really kind of fucks up a lot of things for people. Like, a lot of things for people. And I don't blame people for being pissed. I am too. Discord is to roll out age verification policies worldwide, months after hackers exposed users' IDs. Yeah. This is, I'm going to be honest, this is really not good. Really, really, really not good. Starting in March, all Discord users will be switched to a teen-appropriate experience unless they can verify they're an adult. The social platform is implementing age verification protocols that may ask users for facial scans or identification documents, a policy tested in the United Kingdom and Australia beginning last year. I'll get more on that in a second, specifically in the UK. A press release from Discord explains that the age verification process may be required to change certain settings or access sensitive content, including age-restricted channels, servers, or commands, and select message requests. The global rollout of this protocol will arrive months after a hack affected millions of Discord users and exposed age verification-related data. Discord said that it partnered with a different third-party vendor for age verification after the data breach. On Discord's end, the company promises that its age assurance approaches will protect user privacy, saying that video selfies, which AI will use to estimate a user's age, will never leave their device, and that any identity documents users submit will be deleted immediately after their age is confirmed. Discord also stated that the platform's age inference model runs in the background and can determine a user's age without verification, utilizing metadata such as games that users play and other behavioral patterns. Some people may be required to use multiple age verification methods if more information is needed to assign an age group, though it is unclear what kind of cases will prompt this. Despite Discord's pledge for data privacy, it's hard not to blame anyone for being skeptical of the company, or any major tech company for that matter, to safely and responsibly use the data it obtains from users. Addressing the reality that users might want to depart the platform in response to these new policies, Discord said to The Verge that the company will find other ways to bring them back. When these age verification policies rolled out in the UK, some tricked the platform's facial scans using Death Stranding 2's photo mode. Discord told The Verge that the workaround was quickly fixed, but the company expects users will try other creative workarounds. I'm not happy about this. I'm literally not happy about this in the slightest. And the reason is because this isn't going to help anything. It's not. It's not going to help anything. It didn't help anything when they did it in the UK. People found ways around it. And then Discord supposedly, quote unquote, fixed it. Though as to how much they fixed it, we'll never know. Not to mention they're using AI. And the reason why using AI is bad is because they're not actually using it to verify anything. They're using it as a test bed, which is what most companies do. They use it as a test bed to allow AI to learn certain things. So, for instance, when you have to go onto a website and they have, say, like a CAPTCHA, right? And it's like, oh, well, select all the telephone, click only the pictures with telephone poles, right? That's not trying to fight against bots. It has the great byproduct of fighting against bots because bots can't click anything, but they're using it specifically to train AI models. That's what they're doing. So now they're forcing you to show some sort of ID or take a picture of yourself, and they're using AI as a test bed so it can learn certain things to make it smarter than it already is by telling you that this is for our own protection. And then to make matters even worse, they literally just got hacked not long ago and said, oh, well, we switched to another third party, as if it's not going to happen to that third party. So now either your physical appearance or your information, regardless of what they say, I'm sorry, but it doesn't really fucking matter. Your shit is literally at risk of being found out by hackers when they decide, not if, but I guarantee when they decide that they're going to try and hack whatever this third party is. Because notice they didn't tell you who that third party is, right? Notice they didn't tell you who that third party is. They didn't tell you who that third party is because they're scared. If they were so fucking confident, they would have told you. But they're smart and they're trying to like beat around the bush. So they didn't tell you that way. God forbid you're somebody who thinks, oh yeah, well, it'll be simple. I can do what was done before. Well, now you got to do some guesswork and figure out who the fuck they're going with. Right? This is kind of a shit show. This really, really is kind of a shit show. And unfortunately, when it comes to streamers, when it comes to content creators and stuff like that, those are the people that it hurts. Those are absolutely the people that it hurts. They're doing it under the guise of, oh, well, it's going to protect children. And no, it's not. It's not going to protect shit. I can tell you this because anytime and every time in the history of anything that I've literally been alive, I can't tell you how many times I have heard, well, it's to protect the children, and then the thing that they're fighting for goes through to protect the children, and guess what? It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't hinder any bad people from doing shit, unfortunately. It doesn't do, it just makes things more fucking complicated. That's all it does. It kills our communities. Yeah, it absolutely kills our communities. Think about it this way, right? Imagine if somebody stumbles onto this channel or any other channel for Twitch, right? They're a brand new user. They don't know how Twitch works. And everything is on the up and up and everything's fine, right? Cool. They follow me or they follow another streamer, and then that streamer advertises their Discord, and they're like, oh, hey, you know what? I really like this person. They have some cool stuff. I really like the people in this community. I wonder what this Discord thing is. And then you say, oh, yeah, well, you know, either you can access it via, you know, your browser, or you can access it, you know, you can download the client and then you can do it that way. Oh, okay, sure. But now somebody is going to have to verify their fucking age. Either using a facial scan, which they could get wrong completely, or they're going to have to produce actual identification, which is insane. That's absolutely insane. Just wait till Twitch adds the same thing in order to click or watch on streams with the 18 plus label. Okay, here's the difference though. The difference though is that people have been calling for years when it comes to Twitch to do something. Because the problem is that Twitch right now does absolutely nothing. So what ends up happening is I have the thing that specifically says this is for mature audiences. And I have a thing that specifically says in my headliner 18 plus, right? I have that. But it literally doesn't mean shit. And the reason why it doesn't mean shit is because anybody can come on here and lie about their fucking age. Twitch doesn't do anything. There's literally nothing. So Johnny Piss Pants, who's fucking 12, can lie about their age, say they're 13, and then literally click on anything that is labeled 18 plus. And all they have to do, even though we've covered our asses, and it says it's for mature audiences only and so on, all they literally have to do is there's a little window that pops up before you're able to see my stream or a lot of other streamers' streams that says this is for mature audiences only, which, by the way, nobody fucking reads. And then there you go. Ta-da. That's literally it. Twitch does nothing. They do absolutely nothing. Your screen will be blocked off via thumbnail if you have it activated on top of warning that it's a mature stream if you have the label on, but now in order to pass, you'll need ID. Right. But the difference is that people have been asking for something or literally anything from Twitch for a long time. Because the problem isn't that, oh, okay, well, you know, we have to worry about people watching porn on stream. It's not, oh, we have to worry about kids being groomed by streamers on stream. It's literally that you have 12-year-olds that are going on to a site where a lot of the time, whether that mature audience thing is there or not, are being subjected to things that they should not be allowed to see until they are at least 18 years of age. Think about it this way. How many fucking 13-year-olds do you think saw Ninja lose his mind when he sat there and screamed, "What did you say to me, you little shit"? Do you think mom and dad gave a fuck? No. Do you think they even told mom and dad that Ninja said that? No. But not once has Ninja ever had the mature audiences thing on his channel whatsoever, right? Because the whole thing is, and a lot of people don't do it, and here's why. Because here's a little parting the barrier a little bit for you, okay? Doing that is one way to pigeonhole your stream. So what's the difference for Discord? Because all of what you just said can be applied to Discord, if not in worse ways. Because the way that people are literally asking for Twitch to do it is something that's been asked for a very long time, which is, hey, if you're going to be on here, then it requires a credit card in your name. And that's going to take care of a lot of things right then and there. Doesn't have to be charged, but if you have a credit card on file, guess what? That means, at least in most countries, you have to be at the very least 18 years of age. Even if you never use it. The fact that you have one and it is verified means that you are at least 18 years of age, and it's been verified through some sort of financial institution. But they won't even do that. They won't even do that. Discord, on the other hand, is now telling people, oh, yeah, no, you're going to have to take a screenshot of yourself, or you're going to have to upload your driver's license. Do you really want your driver's license information on Discord servers? Like, they say, oh, yeah, we're going to delete it. Bullshit. Bullshit. Literally name one company that says, oh, we're not going to use your personal information, right? We're going to do that, and then we're going to get rid of it, and doesn't turn around and sell that to other companies. My nephew has a card that he can put in the exact location as credit card, and he's not 18, so even that wouldn't really be proof. Again, you're never going to be able to get everybody. You're only going to be able to get most. I don't give a fuck what your cousin does. I couldn't care less. It's the 200 million other people that it gets. You see my point? If there's one person that gets through because their parents decided, oh, well, we're going to give them a debit card, but it's going to be slightly restricted in what it does and so on. Okay, sure, whatever. Banks allow that. And that's all well and fine, but there are certain restrictions, such as, okay, you can only use this at ATMs for an emergency. Or you can only use this for certain things, right? Or you can only use this in certain places, like using it at a gas station. Or you can only use it, whatever. You cannot use it for online purchases. It will not work for online stuff. They've been doing that for years. They've been doing that since I first got a credit card, right? But it's not me that they're targeting. It's literally, well, it's all for the kids. If it was all for the kids, they would have done something a hell of a lot sooner, and they wouldn't have had to switch to another third party. And now telling people that they're going to have to take a screenshot and give their ID online. Think about that. Better proof than nothing, though. But I also cannot say anything because I was lying about my age online. You're missing the point. You're missing the point altogether. Do you want your driver's license information to be given to a company via an online portal? Think about that. Let's say tomorrow, Steam said flat out, well, you've been a veteran of ours for 15 fucking years, right? You've been a veteran for 15 years, but doesn't matter because we're going to need a copy of your ID online that gives all of your personal information. I'd rather my ID than my credit or debit card, but that's just me. Why? You do realize that 99.9% of the time that if somebody says or does anything with your credit card info and you see it immediately, or even days after, you can immediately contact your bank and you can say this wasn't me, and they will roll that back and they will block the transfer altogether, and then your money is taken care of. Meanwhile, somebody can literally hack Discord like they did, and now they literally have your home address. Because I can tell you right now, my ID has my home address on it. My ID has my first and last and my middle name on it. My ID has my driver's license number on it. Do you really want that stuff getting to somebody who's going to hack into Discord? Who can literally turn around and ruin your life because all of a sudden you have somebody out in Abu Dhabi taking out loans, multiple loans, all at the same time in your name. And now all of a sudden, let's say your credit score is actually doing pretty good. Now your credit score tanks. And you'd have to pay somebody to give you a loan. Do you really want that? What happens if they tell you, because it says it literally right here in the thing, well, there may be more age assurance stuff. What if they tell you, well, we're also going to need a copy of your birth certificate? Think about that. Do you really want your birth certificate, a copy of your birth certificate, to be online for a company who literally just got hacked a month ago? Pretty much everything on my ID is already public knowledge anyways. There is a massive, massive, massive difference between somebody that is literally looking at your ID, whether you go to the gas station, whether you go to the liquor store, and you go and they have to verify your age and you have to give it to them so when they card you, versus quite literally going, oh, hey, here's your first, here's your last name, here's your home address, and you really are going to trust them, and somebody can go around and just dox your shit all over the place? You really want people to dox you? Because that's what they're asking you to do. Like, do you think I care that if people know where what town I live in? No, I don't care. But I also don't want people going all over the place parading my shit around either. There's a big difference. Very big difference. I personally think too many think of the children ideas are bad. They are. They totally are. And nobody's, let me tell you this, I'm going to be 100%, okay? I don't give a shit about children on Twitch. I don't. I couldn't care less. Don't give a fuck. If they're stupid enough to sit there and not read when it says, oh, this is a mature stream, this is for mature audiences, and they're not smart enough to read where it says 18 plus in the title of literally every stream I have ever done, and they get caught, that is not my problem. The only reason it is there is to legally cover my ass. That is it. That's all it's there for. You know why? Because Twitch doesn't do a fucking thing. That is the only reason why that stuff is there. Twitch doesn't do a goddamn thing about any of that. Their idea is, oh yeah, well, we'll put a thing that says mature content. Do you, like, and Bleach brought it up earlier, she lied about her age when she was online, when she was younger. How many other kids our age, how many other people our age, or hell, how many people 10 years younger than us sat there and lied about our age when there was a porn site early on that was like, oh, are you 18 years of age or older? How many of you clicked yes and no other questions were asked? Think about it. Doesn't matter whether it's a porn site, doesn't matter whether it's like an adult IRC chat to talk about books, doesn't matter whether it's literally anything. How many of us sat there when we were kids and it went, are you 18 years of age? And we just hit yes when we were nowhere close. They did the same thing back then that streamers have to do now on Twitch, specifically because we don't give a fuck about the kids. We never did. We are just legally covering our asses. Because if we don't, there is some fucking idiot kid who can turn around and go, yeah, but I didn't realize that I was supposed to be 18. Well, dumbass, it says it in my fucking title. You also clicked the thing that you clearly didn't read. That's why we do it. Because Twitch refuses to do anything about it. And we've been asking for years, hey, link it to Google. Google already has their fucking information. Google has literally almost everyone's information. Right? If that's the case, then fuck it. They can verify it through Google. So this is bad. This really is not good. This really, really, really is not good. And parents are complaining about their kids playing GTA at home. Yeah. Meanwhile, they're the ones who bought their kids those games. Even though it specifically says rated M for mature 18 plus. Right? Or I believe mature is 17 plus for the ESRB. Right? Or it says Peggy 18, or it says whatever. Right? They're the ones who bought them. But then they turn around and go, oh, well, this is so violent. Well, fuckhead. You're the one who decided to buy it for your kids. Back then, they only asked for a face photo, which could 100% be fake to avoid using an ID. I believe now it isn't a question you need to use an ID. No, they specifically say in here that you either have to take a photo of yourself and then AI is going to determine your age, or if it needs further age verification, you have to use something like an ID. Right? The problem is that they're not using AI specifically for that. It turns out to be a nice little byproduct, but what they're actually using the AI for is for learning models. That's what they're doing it for. Notice how it says Discord also states that the platform's age inference model, which means they're training it. That's the whole thing. They are training the AI that they are running specifically to pick up on whether it can detect to a certain degree of certainty whether you are over the age of 18 or not. That's what they are doing. Imagine Valve comes up with their own Discord. Very low chances they ever do, but it would be funny. Honestly, if they do, that would probably be one of the few that I actually trust. There are others out there that are like Discord, which, okay, kind of interesting, right? Mutahar actually put up a video like a few hours ago that specifically talked about like different versions of like different types of Discord. I haven't checked any of them, but he did come up with a list. I'm pretty sure, let me do this, I'm pretty sure Charlie just talked about this. Let me see. Penguin, yeah, here we go. Let me see. Yeah, did Discord just destroy itself? Let's see what Charlie has to say.
Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora tipping, narwhal baconing at midnight service where every time you fired it up it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this board.
Do you think, and I mean this, do you honestly think that a company like Discord, who cannot protect at least 70,000 IDs, government IDs, from being stolen and is used by tens, if not hundreds of millions of people all over the world, do you think it's a good idea for them to actually sit there and come up with this teen council? I don't. Imagine somebody hacking them when this all starts and finding out the information of those minors. Because that's what they are in most countries, by the way, not just the US. They're going to be minors. Now what?
It's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you like? How does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it teen by default because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave the setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try and roll out some changes that require you to give them your data. So that way they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place and it always has. So then it goes into lay out the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise. Children by default. It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea. Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial...
Now, here's... Before Charlie gets into it, does this help kids at all? Think about it. If nobody gives their IDs, they are considered teens by default, right? We know that there are already people who are up to no good when it comes to dealing with children. So now, instead of, oh, hey, this person's an adult, this person is a kid, they're just lumping everybody, including all those bad people, in with kids. And this is all because we give a fuck about children?
We'll take this. Perhaps could be spicy. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord? You don't let children on Discord.
Exactly. Same thing with Twitch. Same exact thing with Twitch. You want to know how to protect kids from seeing shit that they shouldn't be seeing on Twitch? You know how to protect kids from seeing shit that they shouldn't be seeing on Kick or Discord or anywhere else? Don't fucking let them be there. That's specifically why I said credit card. That is specifically why I said credit card, because you immediately eliminate 99% of the problem. Because that is verified, that is through financial institutions that have been around for hundreds of years, that is backed by the federal government. But somehow they think they can do it better.
This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said numerous times over the years, but we are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them, and just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web. And as such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was when I was growing up, where the internet was made for adults and kids had like certain special pockets online. But by and large, the internet was focused on adults using it. Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that. And make no mistake, Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service. It is to harvest your data because it's going to be very, very valuable for Discord. And getting everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do. They just found a convenient excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord. Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background that monitors user behavior. So if you're someone that's frequenting tax channels on Discord in order to help with your taxes, it would likely view that behavior as likely an adult using the account. So then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not in...
Which, by the way, that literally also means that if you make a stupid joke that is dumb and childish, you could be labeled as a kid. Think about that. Or think about all the times Discord has told people what you're currently playing. Right? Think about all the times Discord has told people what you're currently playing. And even if it doesn't tell everybody else because you shut that feature off what you're currently playing, there is always an algorithm in the background that is monitoring exactly what it is you're playing. Right? So now let's say, you know, you are somebody who is in their 30s, somebody who's in their 40s. Hell, you could be in your 20s, and maybe you just don't have a whole hell of a lot of time to sit there and play video games all day, so instead you want to play cozy games. You want to play stuff like fucking Terraria. You want to play stuff like Minecraft. You want to play stuff like, I mean, take your pick. There's tons of games out there like that, right? Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley, right? Does that automatically mean you're a kid now? Well, that's not good.
Entirely sure what that is. To me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy-forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results.
Now, here's the worst part. How many times has literally everybody on Discord, and I know like 99% of the people on Discord have seen this or gotten this at least once, how many times can you think of where somebody has messaged you that you don't know on Discord, and it doesn't matter what they're trying to sell, it doesn't matter what their account is, it could be an account that's years and years and years old, right? And they sit there and they're like, oh, hey, my friend is, you know, doing this, they've created this game and shit like that, and like, hang on one second. They're, oh, hey, my friend is, you know, like creating this game and we need feedback. And then they send you a phishing link. Or they go, oh, hey, well, it looks like somebody hacked your Steam account. And then they give you a link to click. How many people do you think now, especially when it comes to phishing for your ID and phishing for your data, are going to be making accounts that are going to be set up to look like they are coming from the official Discord. And we somehow think that this is a good idea.
So then they go into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to
What's going on, Sober?
are quickly deleted. In most cases,
how you doing,
immediately
Fafo?
After age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way. Just most of them, they're like immediately deleted. But usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. Fuck, Jesus. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others.
So wait a minute. So a user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others, which means that everything that they just said is a lie, right? Your information is never going to leave you. All the information that pertains to your age and all your personal information is going to be deleted immediately. If it was going to be deleted immediately, then how is it that the user's age verification status is only going to be available to the user? What is it? There's just a list, right? How can they determine, oh yeah, no, here's a list, right? How can they verify with any certainty, oh yeah, here is a list of people, and somebody asks them to prove, oh, well, we can't do that. We got rid of all the information. Oh, really? So you're telling me that somebody can literally hack into the third party that they have now gone with after they've been hacked and they left the other third party, and now everything will just be perfectly fine because there's nothing to steal? They looked at my face and said, adult. I resent it, but this is the overall trajectory. They want complete surveillance of the internet because they don't understand it. Yes, exactly.
We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups. This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to. Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord? No. I don't think so. I know a lot of people are saying that this is the end of Discord, and even me with the title RIP Discord, I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform that they've already become accustomed to. I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to switch off of things that they become used to. There's endless examples to pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games that are their comfort game, and they maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with, and right now that's Discord. So I don't think that this is going to be, a huge destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted, it never changed, and it died. So who knows, maybe I'm entirely wrong, and something will pop up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead, so that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
So yeah, I think we're kind of fucked. And I think you're right, Sober. I completely 100% think you're right. And I know you said that you already had to do it a while back because of the OSA and everything like that. Now, when it comes to stuff like people using Sam Porter-Bridges' face and stuff like that to get around the OSA requirements and stuff like that in the UK, yeah, no, the OSA has already come out and said, oh, yeah, no, we totally took care of that and this, that, and the other thing. And yet, bullshit. I guarantee you that there are people who still got passed. Guaranteed there are people who still got passed. But, having said that, the damage is already done. Right? Because I guarantee that there were a bunch of people who, whether they agreed with it or not, like Sober, and because I know Sober doesn't agree with it, and I don't blame him, but I guarantee there are people, whether they agreed with it or not, who just went, I don't have a choice. I got to do it. And that's pretty much it. So now what? What I don't understand is why they haven't learned that the internet is beyond control yet. The reason why they don't understand that the internet is beyond control is because because companies that are too big to fail, or governments that are too big to fail, as much as some people, might actually legitimately try to make them fail from the inside or change them, stand to make billions, if not trillions of dollars off the internet. I did the face scan rather than document so I wasn't stiffed in the data breach, which is good. That is definitely a good thing. But it's quite literally, it all comes down to money. That's why they do it, right? It's not that they don't necessarily understand that the internet is too big or, they can't be controlled. It's that they don't care if they get the entire internet. They just know that they can get enough of the internet to make it worth going through all the bullshit, right? If you have a company if you have a fledgling company who has enough money and they're willing to dump it all into AI, but now they need AI learning, they can literally go through it all and, lobby for different things. Oh yeah, well, we got this age verification thing and so on. Hey, it's for the kids, right? Don't you want your kids to be protected from shit? Meanwhile, they're just harvesting your fucking data, which makes their AI even smarter. And you, unfortunately, are just the unwilling victim because you were flat out lied to and told that it was for one thing, and it's not even remotely close to what is actually going on. Discord doesn't give a fuck. They don't give a shit about kids, nor should they. The way that I see it, you got kids on your platform, get them the fuck off your platform. Period. I don't care how many, anywhere between 13 to 17-year-olds there are on Twitch. Get them off my fucking platform. All of them. Make it so that they have to have a credit card attached to their account that can be verified through a financial institution that is usually backed by either some form of federal or royal government that easily takes care of the age verification. Because if you have that on your account, a lot of the time, that's going to be it. And you're going to get rid of 99% of all these kids that you're so fucking worried about. But Twitch doesn't want to do that. Discord doesn't want to do that. Right? So now they go, oh, okay, well, shit. Fuck. Well, we don't want your credit card numbers, but what we do want is your facial scan. And what we also want is your driver's license. As if that's any better. Parents need to parent or get their tubes tied. Your kids aren't my problem. My freedom is worth more than your dumb brats. I agree. I totally agree. And listen, here's the thing. I don't particularly care and I'll say this, right? We know that there are certain states, especially after everything that's happened over the last year or so, we know that there are certain states that have, and it sounds stupid, but bear with me, have banned porn in certain states, right? We know this to be true. Now, they can sit there and say, oh, it's for the kids, it's for the kid. No, it really isn't for the kids, right? But at least the good thing is that a lot of the time there is an option to sit there and go, oh, well, hey, you've already got a Google account. So long as you already have a Google account and it's got a credit card attached to it, we can verify that you are an adult. Now, I've never used that because, again, I don't trust porn sites or anything like that, nor would I ever. And I especially don't want them to attach themselves to my fucking Google account, right? But at least you know that there is some sort of verifiable entity that is in play there that is going to protect your information. Versus Discord just coming out and go, oh yeah, no, it's totally for the kids. And now requiring your face scan or some form of government ID, which has all of your personal information on it. And then they just go, oh yeah, no, totally adult. Absolutely. And now you've just been put on a list with a check mark next to your name that says, oh yeah, totally adult. Because that makes complete sense. Right? That absolutely makes complete sense. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why people think this is even remotely a good thing. Not only that, I don't understand why, and I'm with Charlie on this. Do I think it's going to kill Discord? No. But do I think it should? Fucking absolutely, I believe it should. 1,000,000%. I think it should. Here's what Muda has to say about it. Right? This is 2 hours ago.
Aid for Discord. Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and there's a lot of hullabaloo today about what Discord did. You know, ladies and gentlemen, you know how much we dislike age verification? You know, we're reaching that point in the world where I'm gonna have to show my ID everywhere I go, okay? Do I want to post something to GitHub? Better show that ID. Do I want to do anything worthwhile on the internet? Better walk around with my identification. Now, I love anonymity on the internet. I think it's a good thing. I think we should be allowed to discuss things freely on the internet without fucking every single ID being needed, okay? Now, before we continue this video, I want to stress one thing. A lot of the arguments from the opposing side, which is Discord, are all about thinking of the children, keeping the kids safe. I'm going to be real with you. This is what we call a Trojan horse into taking our privacy and everything.
And he's right. That's exactly what it is. It's a Trojan horse. They're fucking lying to you. It has nothing to do with children whatsoever. It's everything to do with harvesting your data.
None of these organizations give a shit about children, okay? Discord and Roblox have pretty much been like, you know, hand in hand in being some of the worst platform for children. This will not change anything. To give you an idea, we are 4 months away, okay? 4 months ago, there was an actual ID leak through Discord, okay? Literally, Discord was enforcing this same practice, okay? Taking people's identification cards in places like Australia and then absolutely having that shit leaked out. Now, unfortunately, what happened over here in this case was that there was actually a data breach where identity documents that were required to prove their age were compromised, okay? So the company had said that last week, an unauthorized party had compromised one of Discord's third-party customer services. So it wasn't necessarily Discord, it was who Discord was using to verify your shit, okay? Now again, this is the exact thing that I warn you guys about. This is the exact thing most privacy nerds warn you about. When you give your ID to these companies, don't just think that they're gonna remove that shit. No, they're just sitting there waiting for hackers to grab, okay?
Not to mention, and here's the other thing, they said it in their statement. Let's go over this again, okay? They said it in their statement that they have already gone with another one. right? Where is it? Teen appropriate experience, yada yada yada. Great. Let's see. It says somewhere in here, literally, that they went with another third party, but they will not tell you who that third party is. Why? Because they're afraid. And they're afraid that somebody or a bunch of people are going to turn around and do the same fucking thing that happened to them months ago, which was that it's not them directly who are being hacked, it's the company they hired to do the age verification being hacked, and then tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of age verifications along with all of their personal identification is now being leaked. Right? They specifically come out and say, here we go. Discord said that it partnered with a different third-party vendor for age verification after the data breach. Oh, okay, sure. Name that third-party vendor if you're so fucking confident. Go ahead, name them. You want to know why they won't name them? Do you remember... what was the name of that company? It was, oh God. I don't know if they had this outside of the States, but there was one company that specifically the CEO came out and said, hi, I'm so-and-so, CEO of, and then he named off the company. And then on the commercial, he put his actual fucking social security number and said, and this is my actual social security number. LifeLock, I think it was, right? And he was talking about how if you sign up for LifeLock and all your shit's always going to be protected and this, that. Yeah, guess what? That guy got his fucking life ruined because people actually got past LifeLock and used his actual fucking social security number. That dude was so goddamn confident that he put his actual social security number on commercials. And guess what? His shit got fucking ruined. That's why they won't tell you. They won't tell you what third-party vendor they're going to use because they're scared.
Okay? So, of course, I don't trust Discord. You shouldn't trust Discord. No one should trust any company with this shit whatsoever, right? Anyways, so what did Discord do today, ladies and gentlemen? Well, all of a sudden, Discord's requiring either a face scan or your ID for full access next month. Now, basically what that effectively means, and if we just get it right from Discord's mouth over here, right, fresh from the devil's dick, we can see that Discord is announcing enhanced teen safety features, globally, by the way. So, you know, all those fucking people is like, oh, they're only going to be doing age verification in the United Kingdom, Muda. It won't end up here. Fuck you, okay? All right, fuck you raw, buddy. Because now this is a global problem. So it doesn't matter whether you live in Canada, Peru, Pakistan, all right, fucking the Russian Federation, North Korea. You're all having to give up your IDs now, bitch. Or at best, your selfie goes up for age estimation. So basically what they've said here is that this is apparently for them making a safer environment for users, all right, over the age of 13. An inclusive experience, I guess. As part of this update, all new and existing users worldwide will have a teen-appropriate experience by default. So all of us are now teen-appropriate, okay? Meaning
all of us are teen appropriate, including all those people that did some really bad things with children. Think about that. If they don't want to give over their ID and they don't want to give they don't want to do a facial scan or anything like that, they're just automatically labeled as a teen. Yes, let's take all the people who do bad things with children and automatically label them as teenagers. Fantastic idea.
that we are not considered adults anymore, okay? It's just not happening. So basically that means we have updated communication settings, so I imagine, and you can't just drop like fuck, probably, or pussy magnet in the chat. You know, there's probably going to be some communication restrictions, okay? Not Nintendo tier, I imagine, but at least enough. Restricted access to age-gated spaces, so obviously there's NSFW Discords, you know, places where really filthy shit happens, that will not be allowed for entry. You have to show the driver's license to get in. Content filtering that preserves the privacy and meaningful connections that define Discord. Privacy, as we're on the cusp of asking most of the user base for identification. So they're going to have a phased global rollout in early March, so literally next month. Users may be required to engage in an age verification process. So again, this isn't entirely sent for everybody, okay? Not everybody is going to be doing this. And again, I wanted to look at how this was working, so let's look closer. So what they're doing is age assurance, and the way that they're going to be doing this is through two ways, which is, either take your selfie and have it sent over so an AI estimates how old you are, which has been prone for failure. Okay, there's some people that are too young that either get thrown into the adult side, or sometimes there's adults that look way too young and they get thrown back into the kiddie corner. And sometimes you can just get specifically placed in certain age brackets. And if certain diddlers know how to abuse to get into those age brackets, well, now they have a privacy age-verified pool of people to go after. It's a mess all around.
Yep.
Anyways, though, so they said Discord will implement an age inference model. Ooh, sounds fancy, doesn't it? A new system that runs in the background. On your background or my local hardware? Because anything extra to add more bloat to this piece of shit Electron software is not something that I'm enjoying. But anyways, it's going to help determine whether you're an adult or you're not. Because again, they're not obviously going to just ask everyone for an ID. Can you imagine the nightmare for Discord even when it comes to this? No, they're going to be using an AI to see, okay, that guy seems, maybe they're a little too young, maybe a little too old, we don't know. So without always requiring users to verify their age, some users may be asked to use multiple methods if more information is needed to assign an age group. So, you could show them your driver's license, they'll be like, no, that's not enough. Maybe a passport as well?
Yep.
Maybe something like that.
Maybe your birth certificate.
Like, bitch, do you want my fucking first and last month? Do you want my goddamn utilities bill too? All right, bitch, am I using a social media service or opening up a bank account?
Yep.
Which one is it? It's going to get to a point where the tax revenue agency is going to take less information from you than the fucking social media site. But anyways, let's go on. Key privacy protections include on-device processing. So video selfies for facial age estimations never leave a user's device. Now, this is good, because what it basically means, they're going to download like a vision model to your phone or computer, and that vision model is going to look at the photo that is on your device, process the information, and then send off a yes or no flag without sending your selfie over. So that actually is not bad, okay? I actually think that's kind of cool, okay? I think having everything locally on your system and the only thing it sends off is a yes or no is not a bad thing to have. Then you've got quick deletion, which I don't believe, because literally 4 months ago, IDs were captured and they were stolen. Identity documents submitted to our vendor partners are deleted quickly. We know that's not a fact. We know that's not true. This should actually be qualified as a straight up lie. Okay?
I agree.
We just had Australians' information's leaked, bro. What are you on about? What are you, fucking crazy? What are you, high? What do you think, I'm stupid? What? Straightforward verification. In most cases, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts. So I guess they're only going to be asked for this once. Users may, however, be asked to use multiple methods. So I don't know in what case that would be, but then they've got private status. So a user's age verification status cannot be seen by other users. And I hope that's the case.
That's precisely why I did the face scan. I knew they would keep the dang ID. 100% they will. Absolutely.
Simply because, with the age verification systems we have, it's given literal child predators like, hey guys, hey my fellow preds, we've got a whole pool of verified kitties to track down. That, again, I said this whole system is a total mess. But yes, Discord is now moving into the future of the world where unfortunately every single aspect of our life will be monitored and cataloged. All digital anonymity does not exist anymore, and it's not about these people caring for the kids. I'm going to straight up say it. I think we're headed into a future pushed by companies like Palantir, pushed by multiple of the world's governments, to have our internet activity completely logged,
Mm-hmm.
completely tracked,
Yep.
and all of the stuff that we love to do completely monitored by these individuals. So you really can't say what you want online. You really can't do what you want online. You know, and the reality of it is you might be like, well, just play along and nothing bad will ever happen. But the thing is, man, we're at a point where, you know, even in the United States, malware is being brought by companies like ICE, for instance, or federal agencies like ICE that typically are involved for immigrations and customs enforcement. Now they pretty much hire any fucking person with a soul. And now they're also allowed to purchase malware, zero-click malware, to hack into people's devices. Now, do you think an organization like ICE is just going to hack into illegals' devices? Do you think they're building things like Immigration OS just to spy, just to keep track of all the illegals in the country? You don't think that these systems will keep being used to maybe hack phones of dissidents, maybe hack into devices of dissidents, plant possible evidence, use that shit against them? You think things like Immigration OS or any of these tools aren't going to be used to track individuals that are outside the scope of enforcement or allowed enforcement for these organizations? If you honestly don't believe that is the case, you are the most naive fuck that I might have ever actually witnessed, okay? Literally, these are problems in the world. And again, I'm only bringing up the United States because typically they're the only ones that still have the most amount of checks and balances against the government. For now, at least.
Now, and to further this point, last night was the Super Bowl, right? On YouTube, there were multiple channels that said that they were from Fox. Okay, fair enough. Now, if you clicked on those channels, there were a bunch of people watching, whether it's because they didn't have Peacock or because they didn't have access to a local channel that was going to be showing the Super Bowl or whatever. And to be fair, they weren't around long enough to actually show the Super Bowl whatsoever. But this is something that I thought was really, really, really weird. So in most of those channels, there was a thing, and what was so weird about it is there was a thing in the top left corner that said something like President Trump's speech in, and then there was a countdown timer, right? And it looked a lot like the rest of Fox's shit, right? Bright red, big as life, you can't miss it, and everything else. And then the timer would go down, and when the timer went down, you saw President Trump at a podium in front of, for whatever reason, NATO, literally talking about, and I still don't know this is real, although I have a very, very, very strong suspicion that this is all fake, that he actually did this. He apparently made this speech in front of NATO, stating that he had come up with a new crypto system to allow people to like sign up for his crypto system. And the way that he described it is, if you have a Bitcoin and you sign up with us, you automatically get a Bitcoin, you get an extra Bitcoin for free. Which doesn't make any sense if you understand how crypto works, which is why I think this was 100% bullshit. Because, hang on, let's see here. Let's just take a look. What's the value of one Bitcoin? The value of one Bitcoin right now is 70,000 United States dollars. So you mean to tell me that if you have one Bitcoin in your wallet, that they're just going to go, oh, yeah, sure, no fucking problem, and give you another $70,000 of decentralized money that cannot be taxed? That's what you're telling me? That's what you're telling me. They literally AI'd and deepfaked the president of the United States over what was supposed to be one of the biggest nights in the United States, right? To say that he said this in front of NATO and was trying to dupe people into signing up for this Bitcoin service, and that people would just automatically get a Bitcoin. They'd automatically get $70,000 of decentralized money. And you mean to tell me that Discord is going to do better? Really? This happened last night. I literally witnessed it on YouTube on 4 different fucking channels. 4 different channels on YouTube who supposedly were literally playing the Super Bowl, but they weren't really playing the Super Bowl because YouTube shut them down real fucking quick. So most of the time what you got is you got like the first 5-10 minutes of the pre-show. Sorry, you got about 20 minutes into the pre-show, but that was only after the first 10 minutes of the pre-show were this deep-faked AI fucking Bitcoin bullshit. But you're telling me Discord and its third party can do better than that? Really?
But imagine if you're living in other countries where, again, online internet traffic being somewhat critical of the government can actually land you the royalty of being a political prisoner, or God forbid anything worse. What happens to those people? I mean, how do those people maintain their anonymity when you have to give up your driver's license to these services that obviously can have that information completely subpoenaed by any law enforcement agency that, they are beholden to? These are the unfortunate realities of this situation. And Discord has went from, the app that you use to talk to your friends to, unfortunately, being the app that has the total market share of all online discourse. We used to live in a world, a proper world, where having a conversation online or sharing files, and, it all used to be in these publicly available forums and groups. Now, especially when it comes to, for example, things like video game mods, for instance, right? You have to jump into very specific Discords that, if they're gone, the information inside them is gone forever, right? It's not as easy to archive Discord servers as we used to archive old websites and shit. And, it used to be easier to access older communities. The only remnants of that shit are probably things like the Something Awful forums, fucking 4chan, the occasional 90s fan site for a video game that you could find. But, I'm getting too ahead of myself over here. What option do we, the users, have, if we don't want to give up our IDs to something like Discord? Well, if you get asked...
I will only say this. I'm very careful as to what I say online as a Brit. I'll give you another perfect example, Sober. This happened, I guess, a couple of days ago. Emiru. We all know who Emiru is. But if you don't know who Emiru is, she is a massive, massive streamer on Twitch. She was asked the other day by somebody who was trying to bait her into, talking politically, what she thought about ICE. And when they say ICE, they are talking about the federal goons that the United States has that have been doing some terrible fucking things in plenty of states, but most recently Minnesota, right? She specifically came out and was trying to be very, very careful about things that she said, but I think she actually did a really, really good job and specifically told this person that she wasn't really up on everything that has been happening politically, and she doesn't feel like she is qualified enough to comment on it. And if you're going to somebody who plays video games for a living and whose job it is to entertain online for a living, and you're looking for any sort of political statement from them, that maybe you should stop being online. And everybody took that and went fucking insane because she wouldn't give her political opinion. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have a political opinion. It means that she wasn't willing to share what her political opinion is. And I think that's perfectly fine. I think it's perfectly okay to sit there and not give your political opinion online. And most of the time, I would actually argue it's probably better if you don't give your political opinion online, because politics is something that is usually an us versus them mentality. If for whatever reason you say something and it hits a trigger that somebody has, now all of a sudden you're persona non grata. You are public enemy number one, right? It becomes this very visceral thing. I don't think it's a bad thing that she said it the way that she did, and I happen to agree with her, regardless of what my political affiliation is or my political beliefs are, and regardless of whether they line up or differ from what her political affiliation and her political beliefs are. There is no reason why anybody should be coming in and asking what her political beliefs are or what my political beliefs are, because she and I both do the same thing. We play fucking video games for a living, and we talk about a couple of dumb things and maybe some serious things here and there, but we never sit there and just talk about outright politics. Never. So now it's getting to the point where we're going to have to be even more careful about what we say online, whether it be through Discord or whether it be through just using shit on Twitch or YouTube or wherever, specifically because this shit is coming. And not only is it coming, it's coming right now. People must know your tribe so they know if they should hate you and want you dead or not. It's absurd. It's totally absurd. Totally, totally, totally absurd. And the problem is, especially with this whole Discord thing, is that they're not even trying to combat the problem, because their answer to it is, well, if you don't verify, you're just all teens. And like Mudahar just said, oh yeah, well, there's a bunch of diddlers out there, right? If the diddlers don't want to give their information, guess what? They're lumped in with all the kiddies. They're in the kiddie pool. Oh boy. People also really hate middle grounders and moderates. I've had people from both insane camps tell me to off my... Yeah, of course. 100%.
Unfortunately, if you need Discord, then you're going to have to fess up an ID. But there are alternatives, right? They're not perfect alternatives, but they are alternatives. For instance, shit like TeamSpeak, for instance, right? You may remember this from back in the day. Some of you younger kids may not know what TeamSpeak is, but you can download this and set it up and get a...
Now, this I didn't know. I did not realize up until I saw this video earlier that TeamSpeak actually has their own kind of Discord setup. Is TeamSpeak perfect? No, it's not. However, it's something. It's definitely something. And I can tell you right now, depending on how this Discord thing goes, this may be something I have to look into. It very well may be something I need to look into. No bullshit. I used TeamSpeak for years and years and years. I don't mind TeamSpeak at all. TeamSpeak has always been good to me. I've never had a problem with TeamSpeak whatsoever. I've used modified TeamSpeak servers. I've used regular TeamSpeak servers. I've used a lot of TeamSpeak servers for a lot of different things, right? Especially when it, like, and most importantly, when it comes to gaming or when it comes to gaming communities and stuff like that. I've used TeamSpeak servers. I used it for over a decade. And I've never had a problem with TeamSpeak whatsoever. So I'm actually really, really, really glad to see that TeamSpeak has not only just gone from a voice server to almost like a full fucking blown Discord-like entity. Because this may be something that I have to do. It very well may be something I have to do.
A Discord-like experience for now. In fact, what's even cooler about this is they actually provide the server documentation and server files so you can host your own TeamSpeak and not even require IDs from anybody, right? What a novel concept, self-hosting. There's also things like Matrix that are a little bit more tougher to set up, but once you get things going, again, self-hosted equivalents to Discord. There's also things like Zulip, for instance, where you can get a similar Discord experience that you can self-host yourself, literally install the server and allow access for all the people you want involved. And I get, again, I'm bringing up these alternatives because even though they're not perfect, they're not at the same level of, hey, let's just start grabbing your identification because one country thought it was cool and now the rest of the fucking world is normalizing this dog shit. You know, we're at a point where the internet has turned into this papers, please bullshit. And, you know, again, I want to just bring up something that's really crazy. Again, and this explains why it's not just about the kids. I have used tons of AI services to sort of showcase them on my channel. For instance, ChatGPT is one. I gave one subscription to ChatGPT. It wasn't ongoing or anything, but I did it to access features that I could show onto my channel. And you would think that, you know, because I gave them my credit card, oh, wow, this account seems like it belongs to an adult. I mean, Mudahar gave me his, you know, financial information that was his credit card, you know, something that an adult typically has. It wasn't a prepaid card either. You could tell by what the card registered as. And still, ChatGPT marked me as a child. Now, I've never given ChatGPT my ID. At this point, I don't really even need to use ChatGPT. I don't really care. If they want to mark me as a child, even though I'm clearly an adult, that's fine. Their loss. You know, when I look at something like Discord, I have paid for Discord Nitro probably for years now. Just let the subscription run, and I was boosting a couple servers that, you know, belong to me and my friends. In fact, for me, Discord is not something I log into on a daily thing. It's something that I use specifically to talk to Kyle, Amaru, and a few of my friends that play Rainbow Six Siege. So, you know, that's all I use Discord for. If I lose the ability to talk to my friends on Discord, because, I don't know, maybe their channels are set to NSFW, or maybe they're adults and I'm like a kid, then fuck it. I'm just going to have to use something like TeamSpeak. And I'm sure the few of my friends that use Discord also don't feel comfortable giving up their shit all the time, even though they're also paying people. So even with a Discord Nitro membership, and again, we'll have to see in March how this plays out. Maybe they'll tag my account as an adult. But I just think passing this out globally is a bad thing. I think that there's going to be a lot of people that will get picked up and they'll be asked for their identification. They'll give up their IDs. And then it's only one data breach away from just being a total headache for everybody. Again, it's just a bad precedent to set. The internet should not be a place where we're giving up our information, losing our anonymity, and losing the last bastion of real, unfettered free speech. Look, again, before we end this video, I know there's a lot of bad shit that happens on the internet, okay? There's a lot of sickos out there in the world. There's a lot of people that prey on teenagers and children, and nobody hates them more than yours truly. In fact, I'm sure a lot of you people watching, I think, I'm gonna wager and say 99.999% of people watching this video hate pedophiles, okay? I'm only saying 99.99 because statistically there's
always going to be that one. Yeah.
Video, right? It's like Lysol. You know, you fucking run that shit on your table. Not every bacteria dies, right? Most, if not all of the world hates these people. Sick people that prey on children. But we also realize that when these organizations are pushing for this, I think that there's a much more ulterior motive, which is tracking all of our movements online, as opposed to just the protection of children. Again, anytime kids get brought up, it's always as a shield for pushing some of the most draconian laws out there.
Yep.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I had to say. Fuck Discord, man. I mean, really, I hope they maybe roll this back. But I just think with the way the world is going, with how some countries have made this part of their law, like the United Kingdom and Australia, they're just planning to push this everywhere. And we are hitting a point where the internet is becoming incredibly segregated, incredibly monitored in the most record amount of time. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
So there it is. That's it. I mean, what else is there to say? Like, I hate to put it that way, but what else is there to say? Right? We've got a bunch of fucking idiots who are doing some really dumb shit. And they're using, yet again, kids as a shield to get what they want. And I think it's absolutely stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. Nothing really confused me. What is it with people wanting to know a streamer's political views to know if they will support them or not? You watch them because they play games. If they weren't vocal about it before, why make a fuss when they tell you, I'm not qualified, I just play games for a living? Here's the reason why. Because they don't actually give a fuck about the streamer. In fact, they probably hate the streamer. If I'm being honest. They probably, like, really, really, really do not like the streamer. And what they're trying to do is put the streamer in a position that compromises them because either A, they are not willing to give their political beliefs, or B, more importantly, and probably much more to their downfall, they are willing to share their political beliefs. And now all of a sudden they lose half their audience. Or now all of a sudden you have people who want them to be boycotted, or want them to be canceled, or want them to be removed from a website like Twitch, or a platform like YouTube, or Kick, or wherever. The people who ask aren't doing it in good faith. They're not. They're never, ever, ever doing it in good faith. And here's how you know, okay? You have a person like Hasan. Now, whether you agree with Hasan's political beliefs or not, that doesn't matter. But what does matter is almost every single stream, you have people who go into his chat and they ask something that objectively, if they were just asking objectively, it would not necessarily be the end of the world. But within the context of what is being currently talked about on his stream, they are literally doing it to rage bait him, specifically so that they can try to get him to say something incredibly compromising so that he ends up getting banned. That's what they do, right? Now, again, whether you agree or disagree with Hasan, whether you like him or dislike him personally, or anything like that, I think we can all sit there and universally say that what these people are doing is wrong. Right? I think we can all universally say that what those people specifically are doing is wrong. They are trying to rage bait him so that they can get specific clips of him in some sort of compromised, state where he says something and he flies off the handle because somebody says something galactically stupid within the context of what is being said, and then he gets banned, which means he then loses the money that he makes constantly, which then means that he is out of a job, which means he has to go do and that is their hope. That is the hope that they had for Emiru, by the way. Absolutely the hope that they had for Emiru. There's not a doubt in my mind. Right? There isn't. And it's really, really, really sad to see that shit happen. I understand where you're coming from, Spectre, and I agree with you, but the problem is that the people aren't asking in good faith and going, oh, okay, well, I mean, you're not willing to share your political opinions, that's perfectly fine. They go into it knowing, with a 99% probability, knowing what that streamer is going to say, specifically so that they can take the clip, dump it on live stream fails, dump it on YouTube, do whatever, and then get the mob after that streamer or that content creator specifically so that they can get them canceled. They are never asking about it out of curiosity. They are asking about it with very, very bad intentions. That's the problem. Right? People don't like Hasan, that's okay, but his political beliefs are his political beliefs, and his business is his business. People don't like Asmongold, that's okay, but his political beliefs are his political beliefs, and his business is his business. People don't like Emiru, that's okay, but the same thing applies. People don't like a lot of people on this platform, and again, that's okay. There's if I remember correctly, I want to say there's something like 15 million fucking streamers just on Twitch alone. you're not going to like everybody. Chances are you're probably going to dislike the majority of them, and that's okay. But their political beliefs are their own, and so are their business. Right? That's how it works. That unfortunately is just how it works. People do not do this with good intentions. They never have. When they ask loaded questions like that, it is what it is. And Emiru did what she thought she could in order to protect herself, in order to try and kind of, get around the question. And I think she did a good job. And I think she answered it very honestly. But now you have to be even more careful about what you say, because now Discord is going to be coming down everybody's throats. They're going to be asking for age verification, whether it be through a facial scan or whether it be through ID. And now they're going to be categorizing and lumping people into different lists and shit like that. And as much as I hate to say it, if you don't think that it's not going to come back to bite us in the ass at some point, you're gravely, gravely, gravely mistaken. Is it a sign you disagree? Don't follow their shit. Is it a gaming streamer? They have expressed their views. What is your business knowing their shit? Just follow them or not based on what they do. That's not how the internet works, unfortunately. I gotta get ready for bed and come back to find out that Shadow supports Filthy Xenos. Oh god, Bleached. I don't support Filthy Xenos, except for the Eldari, mostly because, Robot Girly Man now has an Eldari girlfriend, but that's okay, because she's hot space elf mommy, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. All the other Xenos, the Tyranids, the Orcs, like, all that, you don't have to worry about that. He does. He likes big Eldar titty. It's true. I mean, come on. Hang on. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. I mean, come on. Come on. Like, come on. He's got an Eldar girlfriend, right? That's just, that kind of is what it is. Know what I'm saying? So, alright, maybe there's some Xenos that it's not, like, he's not fucking an orc. He's not fucking a Tau, right? He's not trying to make a Tyranid gargle. So, alright, sure. Plus, all you fucking degens out there can get free feet pics of her. Shit, you can buy the model and she's got feet pics. For days. Look at this. No bullshit. Her feet show up literally fucking everywhere. Look, this is the model. Holy shit, feet. Which brother's fucking an orc? The dead one. Half of the Emperor's children and the rest of the Slaashi weirdos, probably true. True, but I mean, we gotta. I don't mind. Listen, Robot Girly Man is now the Lord Commander of the Imperium. Okay, just that simple. We don't have much of a choice, right? It was ordained by the Emperor. He spoke with the Emperor. Robot Girly Man is the man. If he's got an Eldar girlfriend, well, then it must be okay. Right? I'm not going to say anything bad against the Lord Emperor of the Imperium, other than maybe he focuses on taxes a little bit too much. But I mean, look at this. Feet pics right here. Like, you can't get by it. That's just all there is to it. Reading Conrad Kurt's novel in the amount of times it goes, he is super hot and smells weirdly hot is hilarious. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's tons of stuff. What is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Damn your brain, you nasty. Wow. I'm just saying, like, the shit's out there. Look at this. Alternative Yvrain. People go nuts over Yvrain. Who's Yvrain? Okay. In the Warhammer 40k universe, this is going to take a minute. In the Warhammer 40k universe, Robot Girly Man, who is this guy? You're flying close to the sun, scrolling this stuff on lives. I know, right? This is Robute Gilliman, also known as Robot Girly Man or Rowboat Girly Man or whatever, right? He is the Lord of Ultramar. And Ultramar is a vast area of 500 worlds. And he is also the Primarch of the Ultramarines. Well, Robot Girly Man decided that he was going to take the fight to the heretics because one of his brothers, who turned to chaos, was goading him into a fight and was constantly getting the upper hand when it came to fighting his Ultramarines. So Robot Girly Man decided to take it to him. And that's all well and fine. Well, there was a fight, and unfortunately Robot Girly Man lost, and he was poisoned. And they brought him back to the home planet of Macragge, and they put him in stasis, and he was moments away from death. And this happened 10,000 years ago. So for 10,000 years, he's been in cryostasis, moments away from death, right? It's like somebody who is terminally ill, and they know that there is no cure. Say they have like terminal cancer and there's no cure, right? There is a thing. Typically it's only for the ultra rich, but there has been a thing, and there have been talks where it may be possible where somebody, when they are terminally ill, to cryogenically freeze them, and in the future, when people have the technology to thaw those kinds of people out, and they have discovered a cure for cancer, that they do exactly that. They thaw those people out, and then they immediately cure them, and then hooray, they're all cured and everything like that, right? That is the thought. That's what they did with Robot Girly Man. Now, the problem is that Yvrain is an Eldar, and she believes in a god of death. And it's an Eldar god of death. The Eldar god of death is also really, really hot. And long story short, the problem with this god of death is, well, everybody kind of has to die in order to not succumb to chaos, which is bad. And Yvrain doesn't particularly care for that. So Yvrain, if I remember correctly, she basically became, like, after spiritually talking to this god of death, she became the avatar for this god, and the god basically said, well, the only way to stop things from happening and from the Eldar from falling to chaos is to ensure that the humans don't fall completely to chaos, but the only way to do that is to make sure that there is a leader of the Imperium, a leader that doesn't also just so happen to be a corpse on a toilet. So the thought process was, okay, we need to get Robot Girly Man out of the freezer. And then that's exactly what she did. She thawed his ass out, she killed him, and then brought him back to life, and then Robot Girly Man killed all of the chaos, and then went to Terra, and then talked to the Emperor one-on-one while he was on the Golden Throne, psychically, and no one knows what was actually said between the two, but Robot Girly Man came out, and he said, Dad said I am now the Lord Commander of the Imperium, so I'm going to start doing shit, and we're going to get shit on the right track. And he went back to Macragge, and he ordered this campaign, and this campaign is to bring back all the fallen 500 worlds, and he brought in the Primaris Marines, and he bolstered all the forces of the Space Marines and everything else, and so on and so forth, and that's great. And now, hey, cool, Robot Girly Man now has a hot Eldar girlfriend. That last part is a little hyperbole, but everybody kind of goes with it because she's hot. So, you know, Robot Girly Man has a hot Eldari girlfriend. You want one of those? Well, hey, listen. See, here's the great thing. Because this is not the first time we have seen Eldar and the Imperium work together, and now that the Lord Commander Robot Girly Man has a hot Eldari girlfriend, that also means that we are not necessarily hindered from having a hot Eldari girlfriend ourselves. Because if it's good enough for the Lord Commander, must be good enough for the rest of us, right? And soon the lion's gonna show up and go, what you mean you have a hot Eldar girlfriend? There's only one issue, though. What's that? I mean, other than the lion. Me disparage. Listen, just become a Space Marine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Let me see if I can find the thing. It's actually really, really funny. Lion meets Guilliman. Ah, yes, here we go. This I found really, really funny.
Another day, another godforsaken campaign. No. Brother, we need to talk. Either I finally snapped or you've come to nuke my planet again! Brother, I can assure you I'm very real, and I'm not here to cause problems. Okay? Why are you here? Okay, first thing. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the absolute... 2 days later. So let me get this straight. You fought your first company captain / adoptive father, he put you in a healing coma for about 10,000 years, and suddenly you walk through a forest in your back? More specifically like, Feywild, I guess? So you were paying attention during Magnus's D&D sessions. Just because I preferred to min-max does not mean I didn't pay attention to the story. Still, you got a cool teleporting ability now. Oh yes, does me wonders. I go for a walk and suddenly I'm on a different fucking planet. Speaking of, what the hell happened to you? $1 million question? Okay, so you remember Fulgrim? I try not to, but go on. Well, me and the Ultramarines chased him down. It was a trap. He slit my throat in a one-on-one duel. I then am put into stasis for 10,000 years. I'm then woken up from stasis after 10,000 years, but I had to die first, which then Belisarius Cawl, the big red dude on Mars, by the way, slapped on a big suit of armor onto me, which revived me with the help of some elf possessed by their god of death. Also, she doesn't wear shoes. Believe it or not, that's not the weirdest thing I've heard today. Now, biggest contender for that is the goddamn galaxy being split in half. Speaking of, who do we blame for that? If Sperm Donor ever gets off the throne and wants to blame one of us, we all point at Dorn. You know what? I can get behind that. But one more thing. If it's about the elf being shipped with me, save it. No, like, you have visibly aged. Has it been that hard on you? Yes, it's been so hard. All right, Lion, you've been somewhat through therapy. You know what to do here. There, brother. You don't look that old. Shut up, Tywin Lannister. You don't look pretty either. That's it, brother. Get it all out now.
I thought that was great. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly how it goes when the lion meets Robot Girly Man again. Can't he not leave the armor as well? Yeah, he cannot leave the armor. He absolutely, from what I understand, he absolutely cannot leave the armor whatsoever. So hot girlfriend, but cannot have the sex. Well, see, here's kind of the thing. Space Marines don't have the drive to have sex. Primarchs included. That's been genetically taken out of them. So they do have ding-dongs, probably a lot bigger than mine, but it doesn't matter anyway, mostly because they have no sex drive. They have zero sex drive. On second thought, maybe I don't want to join them. Yeah, imagine walking around your fucking long dong silver and then you have no drive to use it whatsoever. He picked up the horny sword. Oh, God. Listen, he belongs to Chaos. That's a big difference. Okay. If we're talking about Fulgrim, who is now the Demon Prince of Slaanesh, that is a totally different story because Slaanesh. What more can I say? Somebody, yes, but he picked up the horny sword, okay? Listen, he did not realize it was a horny sword and he was corrupted. All right? Simple as that. You can't fight a chaos god, much as we'd really, really like to. You can't. All right? I heard of people like you. I was hoping they were lying. Now I am scared. Yes. See? Told you. Even like Bloop. Bloop's one of them. Bloop likes feet. I don't get it, but I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum. Just saying. So, yeah, that's a thing. Of course, now it might not be him, and he might need to be saved from his little museum area. Listen, Fulgrim's gone. That's it. Fulgrim is full send, okay? Ever since Mercedes Olaton made the feces finger painting for him, he's gone way off the fucking deep end. It's just that simple. There is no coming back for Fulgrim. There isn't. That's the end of it. There's nothing that can be done, right? So, I mean, it sucks. You don't believe in Clinarium? No. Here's the thing. You can have somebody make a clone of the Primarch, but that does not make them the Primarch. And in most cases, it fails so miserably that everybody just looks at the person who tried to do it and laugh. Like, it seriously, it is that fucking bad. They try, and they try, and they try, and it doesn't work, and so on. And even the Imperium, desperate as they are, look at his work, and they go, bro, you are so far off the fucking mark, it doesn't even make sense anymore. What the fuck are you doing? You promised us you'd be able to make a clone. You can't even make a clone of a cheese fucking sandwich. And you mean to tell us that you could possibly clone the Emperor? Get bent. I just think the fact the clone has the memories and abilities, plus the fact that his soul was already moved around, might mean there is a bit of it out there. Well, okay, but again, here's the thing. If you're talking about any of the Primarchs, it's very, very easy because you can take a lot of the stuff that's already been programmed into them from Vox transmissions and everything like that over, from 10,000 years ago and so on, and just input it and implant it into the clone. That doesn't necessarily make it memories that are theirs. That makes it somebody else's memories. That doesn't mean they are an exact copy of the Primarch that they are supposed to be. And again, it literally goes so bad that it doesn't matter. It literally goes so fucking bad that it doesn't matter. Or you get blown up, like the guy who made a female Psycho Warrior. This is true. You want to see the two of them fight? Good luck. Good luck. Because, see, here's the thing. Robot Girly Man isn't going to want to fight unless he absolutely has to, because he's got taxes that he has to do. And he's got Excel spreadsheets that he has to tend to. The Lion, on the other hand, has this whole fucking thing with his people, with the people that betrayed him, and trying to track down all those people that betrayed him and redeeming them and all this other shit. Right? They got too much shit on their plates to want to fight again. The two Fulgrims? Nah, it wouldn't even be fun to watch. It literally wouldn't even be fun to watch, if I'm being honest. It wouldn't. Because I'm going to be completely honest with you. I've read all of Fulgrim's books, and I'm going to keep this 100% with you. They kind of suck. They really do. They actually kind of all are pretty fucking terrible. He is literally a one-trick fucking pony. That's all he is. He's really not all that interesting. Even in 40K, there are taxes? Oh my god. Okay. Not only are there taxes, it is probably one of the only things that the Imperium cares about. I'll put it this way. Let's say you are a planetary governor. Okay? Let's just say that you are the person who runs an entire planet, and you are a subject of the Imperium. After a certain period of time, you have this thing that is called the Imperial Tithe that you owe to the Imperium. It is literally taxes that you have to pay to the Imperium. It doesn't matter what kind of planet it is, doesn't matter what kind of services you provide, there are taxes that still need to be paid to the Imperium. If you pay those taxes, typically the Imperium couldn't be bothered to give a fuck about the people on your planet, how you treat those people on your planet, what you do to or with those people on your planet. You could make them all slaves. You could make them all sex slaves. You could torture them while they work 72-hour work shifts. And it wouldn't matter so long as you pay your Imperial tithe. The only reason they give a shit about your planet 99% of the time is when either A, it has completely fallen to chaos or has been overrun by some sort of Xenos invasion, or B, you said, I'm not paying my taxes anymore, and then the Space Marines come in. And that's if you're lucky, because if you're unlucky, then you have the Arbites that come in. Literally the Judge Dredd guys. And they just go, you got one chance, pay the tithe or we're killing you. And that's it. At least if the Space Marines come in, you already know you're fucked. But when the Arbites come in, they'll quite literally just torture you until you're just about at the brink of death, and then they'll turn around and they'll heal you up and do everything they need to do to get you back to full health again so that they can just keep torturing you again and again and again. Judge Dredd, oh God, Jesus Christ. Adeptus Arbites. These are literally the Judge Dredd guys. Yeah, maybe I don't want to have to meet them ever. Here, I'll even give you a thing. Watch this. And then we'll figure out what the hell we're going to do. Okay. Holy shit. Perfect. By the way, this is Hymns of the Imperium, Sister Cecilia. Go follow her on Twitch. Go follow her on Spotify. She also has her music up on Amazon Music, on Apple Music. She is, like I said, she's on Twitch. She's under Hymns of the Imperium here on YouTube. She's absolutely amazing.
Quiet now, Oathbreaker. The locks just clicked and steps are near. He's coming. Black coats pace the Pharaoh great, helms like midnight glass, boots that cut through silence, thunder rolling past. You stoke the embers, sang your lies, now ashes mark your past. For every fleeting hope you clutch, he'll come to take it back. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. You whispered dreams of rescue as the sirens wailed outside, but hear the hush that follows, every hope denied. The First Lord's silent echo, veiled in iron pride. Unleashed they are, his hounds of law, his marching judgment nigh. He's coming! He's coming! He's coming! You stacked your bones on altars, burned your pleas in flame, built your shrines in shadow, whispered every name. Your patron wears a death mask, blind to blood and shame, and silence greets your suffering when judgment comes to claim. He's coming! He's coming! He's coming! Shoulder up, brave heretic, weren't you blessed and bound? Is this the flight your patron promised, sprinting from the sound? Would you not prefer his gavel, glory on the ground, then crawl into the darkness as the wretch you've always found? He's coming! He's coming! He's coming! Sirens flare delirium, verdicts set in stone, names erased at sunrise, faith is flesh and bone. Sing it loud, sing it cruel, scorch them to the ground. The judge bears the First Lord's shadow, and we are not alone. He's coming! He's coming! He's coming! He's coming! He's coming!
So yeah, that's Sister Cecilia. She even made a fucking video about the Adeptus Arbites. She made a song. There it is. Go subscribe to her channel, Hymns of the Imperium. Go like the video. She's absolutely amazing. She's incredibly generous. She allowed me to use all the music that I did when we did the Sanguinala event, and she's just awesome, and she's always coming up with new stuff. She has a new video out. I won't play it here because I want you guys to experience it for yourselves, but she's done an absolutely phenomenal job. So please, 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 I cannot sing her praises enough. This is her latest one. It's called The Litany of St. Lucia, or St. Lucia, however you want to pronounce it. But go like it as well. Go watch the video. Again, go subscribe. She's absolutely fantastic. She's phenomenal. She's very, very generous. And yeah, honestly, the Sanguinala event wouldn't have been the same without her music. It's just that good. It really is just that good. Now, on to the question. What is it that we are going to play tonight? And that is a very, very, very valid question. Very valid question. So we've got, well, we finished Resident Evil, we finished the DLC for Resident Evil Village, which, thank God, because I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Yeah, there were some parts in there that I really didn't like, not because they weren't good or anything like that, but it's because I really don't like creepy dolls, and I don't like mannequins, and fuck that noise twice on Sunday. We have, well, let's see, we got Mega Bonk. We got Yakuza 0. We got My Winter Car. Oh, I can get rid of Arctic Eggs because we already finished Arctic Eggs, although Tonight We Egg is something that I still need to fucking put on a t-shirt for sure, because that is still fucking hilarious. But yeah, so I mean, we got a bunch of stuff. So what are we in the mood for? Have you done the DLC for RE7? Yes, I did the DLC for RE7. I've done all of the DLC for RE7. We finished the DLC for RE Village on Saturday, which is great. Had a lot of fun with it, but again, glad I'm done with it. In all honesty, really glad I'm done with it, because yeah, I don't like the creepy dolls, and I don't like mannequins. Really don't like mannequins. I was shitting my pants the entire time. We can do some Yakuza. Kiwami 3 is releasing very soon. So yes, it is. We could absolutely do some more of that. Utterly dedicated and without mercy, the Arbites are feared throughout the galaxy, for they are the agents of a harsh law where failure and incompetence are crimes, and the only punishment is death. Arbites are empowered to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Citizens have no rights, and only members of the Priesthood of Terra or the Inquisition could claim anything so elaborate as a trial. Yes, and here's another thing, Spectre, that they don't tell you. There are Adeptus Arbites out there that if the Inquisition or the Ecclesiarchy has ever tries to actually come after them, they will literally act as judge, jury, and executioner against those people. There is quite literally one of the Arbites. Let me see if I can find the quote. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, no. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. No, of course I won't. But basically there was an inquisitor, right? There was an Inquisitor that actually like went to an Arbites and specifically said, you know, I don't like how you're doing things, and I think what you're doing is heresy, and I think that we need to have a trial to determine your fate. And literally the Arbites turned around and in so many words looked at him and said, listen, motherfucker, I've taken out people that are much older and much more powerful than you, and if you think for 1 second anything you do matters in my eyes, I will absolutely and utterly fucking ruin you. Back the fuck off. And they did. That's how terrifying Arbites are. Like, even the Inquisition doesn't want to fuck with them. What do you think about the Kiwami 3 drama? So, hang on 1 second. I think I can bring it up. I just gotta remember where I found it. No, not there. Maybe it was VGC? Yes, okay. Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties review. How to not do a remake. Some remakes are a product of passion and respect the source material being adapted. A few bells and whistles shed to streamline, but the heart of the original experience is maintained in a genuine, adoring attempt to revitalize and rebirth. Others are Yakuza Kiwami 3. RGG Studio demonstrates little but condescension for Yakuza 3, the game it purports to be remaking. The story remains similar. Orphanage owner Kazuma Kiryu is dragged into an Okinawan political conspiracy that rips apart Yakuza families and found families. There aren't many alterations to one of the series' most touching, if not entirely cohesive narratives, which isn't a terrible thing. What isn't as positive is that the scenes are burdened by the Kiwami remake's time and money-saving measure of adapting the original PS3 game's animation data to the Dragon Engine's more intricate contemporary models. Formerly heartbreaking moments are presented with far less emotion, damaging their impact through strangely stilted facial animations. A few new scenes are added, increasing screen time for antagonists such as Hamazaki and Kanda, or granting Kiryu closer interactions with the politicians of Okinawa. Despite adding little value to the narrative, they do at least look prettier thanks to being animated from scratch for this game. A few characters sidestep the animation data issue by being recast for the remake, while Ishibashi is effectively performing an inoffensive imitation of Izumiya's kind old patriarch Nakahara. Show Kasamatsu's Rikiya and Hamazaki pale in comparison to the original's performance by Fujiwara and Takahashi, respectively. Kasamatsu's face and voice completely lack the innocence that defined Rikiya as a kind delinquent out of his depth. Conversely, Kagawa fails to bring the same degree of unhinged unpredictability and discomfort present in Takahashi's performance. Rikiya and Hamazaki now come off as Yakuza cliches rather than the distinct characters they once were. It would also be irresponsible not to mention Kagawa's admission of sexual misconduct. Connecting these degraded cutscenes in some of the series' worst combat yet, new mechanisms such as critical attacks, which rewards a well-timed quick step, truthfully a massive window of leniency with both damage and combo speed, and aura, which grants an enemy armored attacks until Kiryu lays into them enough for the game to permit knockback, attempt to create an illusion of engaged combat. In reality, the enemies barely attack, block, or dodge, reduced to damage sponges that whittle away your motivation to keep fighting as Kiryu whittles away their health. It's ironic considering Yakuza 3's common criticism of enemies blocking too much. At least there, they actually interact with the player. Kiryu's classic dragon style feels disjointed, indistinct, and unsatisfying. What should be a return to form is a mess of attacks that fail to live up to Kiryu's strength and grace, despite the overdone particle effects trying to convince you otherwise. Rather than a refined version of his Yakuza 3 moveset, the style is a stiff, muddied chimera of that game's moves. The modern dragon style originating in 6, and even techniques pulled from Zero's Beast and Gaiden's Agent, there's just no clear intent on what it's trying to be. Then, the new Ryukyu style is similarly an unfocused mess of flailing weapon attacks inspired by Okinawan Kabuto. Kiryu alternates between Tonfa, Sai, Tinbei Roshin, and traditional farming tools, with each weapon inflicting effects like bleed or stun. While novel in concept, the style feels less a free-flow weapon arts showcase and more randomly selecting spells in a turn-based RPG. Fitting, considering several attacks are reused from skills in Infinite Wealth for a story that held such reverence for Okinawa's culture. It's a shame the style, supposedly honoring the history, feels so cheaply made. So, yeah. They hired an alleged sex offender. The ending leaked. They changed the OG ending for something fans didn't like. Cut sub-stories that are controversial, apparently. And the game looks like plastic plus other things. Looking at it, less alleged and more admitted, but uncharged. Yep. Whichever style you choose, you're equipped with a noticeably limited set of cinematic heat action finishers and Dragon Boost, a powered-up state that lets Kiryu combo finishing blows into an area, clearing throws. Unlike previous games, which granted a choice in whether to finish combos and strikes or throws, throws entirely replace finishing strikes here, obliterating player agency and how best to make use of the state's limited time. Similarly, the game just hands you the Dragon Finisher, a high damage special move once the state is almost over. What was previously a heat action requires the use of the limited resource heat, earned slowly by dealing damage, is now given for free. There's no reason not to attack the now mindless Dragon Finisher onto the end of the Dragon Boost. Executive Director Yokoyama stated, "You could probably clear the game even if you held the controller backwards and pressed the buttons. It might not result in good play, but at least you'd be able to perform some cool actions. If making victory achievable without thought was the intent, then RGG succeeded with flying colors. Outside of combat, there are plenty of side activities to waste time with, but many are copied from recent entries. Mini-games such as bowling, batting cages, golf, and Sega arcade emulators return as expected. Kiryu's flip phone can be customized with charms, and empty connections can be made with residents, lifting the Aloha Link system wholesale from Infinite Wealth. No revelations on that flip phone this time, though. His responsibility towards adopted children, previously implemented in small stories focused on each of the child's individual struggles, has been gamified into a smorgasbord of previous titles' minigames, like cooking and farming smashed together into a reanimated corpse. The Coliseum structure and outfit customization are ripped straight out of Gaiden, alongside the Reapers being diminished to street battles from dedicated missions. Content reuse isn't new for the series, but it's never been so blatant nor insulting to the game being remade. So yeah, it keeps going and keeps going. Yakuza 3 Kiwami and Dark Ties is a sad microcosm of the state of RGG Studio, a developer spinning its wheels, no longer caring for quality, content to chew up old assets and discard what made the original special in order to spit out a yearly release that cashes in on love for what the series used to be. I'm going to be honest, the only reason why I'm literally interested in Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties is because anything, and I totally mean this, anything is quite literally better than what we got with the original Yakuza 3. Literally anything. I understand that there are quite a few people who like it, but I'm going to go on record and put it this way, because I try as I might, really tried when it came to playing Yakuza 3, the original Yakuza 3, on stream. I was fighting like hell to not fall asleep because it is so fucking boring. Yakuza 3 is literally Yakuza 3, who the fuck asked? It is literally the Karate Kid Part 2 of the Yakuza series. The movie nobody asked for, nobody had any interest in whatsoever, and there were only a couple cool parts in it, which thankfully were enough to save the fucking thing to begin with, because if it wasn't for them, the entire thing would have bombed. That was Yakuza 3 in a nutshell. I understand that his kids play a lot bigger of a role later on when it comes to his emotional evolution and when it comes to things that he does in in future games and so on and so forth. But I can tell you flat out, Yakuza 3 was boring. It was insanely boring. It was so fucking boring. I had to stop playing it, and I specifically told people I can't play this one anymore. Yakuza 4, I'm sure, is great. Yakuza 5, I'm sure, is great. Yakuza 6, I'm sure, is great. And people have said exactly that. Yakuza 3 is boring. It sucks. You spend the first third of the game doing nothing but taking care of children. That's all you do. It's fucking boring. Absolutely boring. So if they're going to take away from the emotional stuff, if they're going to get rid of the kids faster, if they're going to let me go into mindless beating of people so that I can get through the entire story, so that I can actually plop my ass down and I can actually play Yakuza 4, I am fucking all for it. 100%. The only reason I am excited about Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties coming out is so that I can play Kiwami 3 and I can go, good, this is the abridged version. Fuck the unabridged original because it's absolutely dog shit. And I'm going to go play Dark Ties now because it seems a hell of a lot more interesting than what 3 was. That is the only reason I want Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties. So that I can get through 3 and I can actually play something interesting like Dark Ties. And then I can go off and I can play 4. Like, I'm not even kidding. It is that fucking bad. You don't like Karate Kid? I love Karate Kid. Karate Kid Part 2 was a joke. Gonna be honest. Karate Kid Part 2 was an actual joke. It really, really, really was. It was made specifically to capitalize on the success that the first movie had and didn't really have much of a story, so they kind of had to make it up as they went. Because here's Johnny, he just won, he just won the tournament and everything's going fine, and then things go not so fine and he finds himself single yet again and he's kind of down on his luck and he doesn't know what he's doing, and Mr. Miyagi says, oh, well, we must go to Okinawa because I have things that must be taken care of over there, right? He's like, yo, Mr. Miyagi, how about you take me with you because I got nothing here, my mom's old, she's going back to New York for a little bit, and he's like, all right, Daniel-san, sure, you come to Okinawa with me. And then they go to Okinawa and nothing fucking happens for most of the movie. Literally nothing. They spend 20 fucking minutes oh, Daniel-san, you must learn how to treat and raise bonsai. Who the fuck cares why Daniel-san would give a shit about bonsai? You could have wrapped that up in 30 fucking seconds. Oh yeah, no, Mr. Miyagi taught me about bonsai and this and... Okay, great, fantastic. You didn't have to make it 20 fucking minutes in a 2-hour movie. The only part that actually made any sense and gave you any sort of tension whatsoever in that movie, the only thing was quite literally Chosen and Chosen's teacher. And that was it. Everything else was awful. Everything else. And meanwhile, here's Daniel, and he's like, oh, I don't know. I mean, you know, there was this girl, and I really liked her. And then he fucking, I can't remember her name, but he literally meets this other girl in Okinawa, and they kind of hit it off, and that's all. That's great, and that's fantastic. And you've got Pizza Terra singing in the background with Glory of Love, and it's supposed to be this great and this heartwarming thing because he's found love again. And guess what? None of it matters in Karate Kid 3 because he left her in fucking Okinawa and they don't talk for 30 fucking years. That's what happens. Karate Kid Part 2 is quite literally Karate Kid Part 2, who the fuck asked? Seriously. Like, it really is not good. It's just a rehash of the original Karate Kid, but there is, but instead of all of it taking place in Hill Valley, it's all taking place in Okinawa. That's it. Oh yeah, that and there's a hurricane. I'm not even kidding. There's literally a hurricane. Trust me, I love Karate Kid. I love overall the whole thing of Karate Kid. I love, if I'm being completely honest with you, Cobra Kai. I thought Cobra Kai was absolutely fantastic. But I will say, if there was one massive blemish in the Karate Kid franchise, it is literally Karate Kid Part 2. It's bad. It really is not good. Like, I will ask you this, okay? How does one fight a hurricane? Think about that for a second. How do you fight a hurricane? With the power of Kung Fu. Well, see, here's the thing. He didn't learn Kung Fu. He learned karate. Okay? Second, using karate, how do you fight a hurricane? How do you fight wind with karate? How do you fight rain with karate? I would like specifics. How does one do that? Because I can tell you, I did martial arts for 20 fucking years. I have my black belt. Okay? I've been in plenty of fights. I can tell you right now, I never learned how to fight a fucking hurricane. But guess what? They really, 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 really try to make it seem like Daniel fights a hurricane. No bullshit. That is a decision for sure. That's about all we can really say about it is in fact a decision. Yes, it is a decision. I'll tell you what we're going to do, though. Here's what we will do for tonight. Because unfortunately we had to talk about some shit and it went a little bit over time. So what we are going to do, if it ever shows up, we're doing more Mega Bonk. Wait, who do I have that I can unlock? Ogre. Oh, okay. So I just gotta get 12. Thorns, forest. We got monkeys, my favorite so far. Let's do it. It's monkey time. Moldy cheese. Yes. Sure. Fire staff. Why not? Cursed doll. Sure. Ooh. Yeah, projectile speed. Okay, not doing too bad. Projectile speed. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely get both. There we go. Yeah, up that damage. Okay. Nice. Got the sunglasses. Projectile speed overall. Okay, HP regen. Crits have a 25% chance to heal you. Yes. Get the demonic blade. 100%. Size. Okay, increased luck. Projectile count. Nice. Cast blood magic upon hitting an enemy, dealing nearby damage to enemies and healing you for 7.5%, 9-second cooldown. Sure. Projectile speed. Get extra gold when taking damage done. Okay. Projectile count. Yep. Who from here used to be sick with the... Oh, I've had the flu God knows how many times. Projectile count. Projectile count. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all of us had bouts of the flu recently. Yep, projectile count. Crit damage. Okay, 8% XP gain. Do you believe you might have gotten it? I mean, fair, that does happen. Starting to cook. True. Crit chance by 10. Nice. Up the damage. Yep. Yep. Up the damage. Up the damage. Okay, increase. We got the doll again. Campfire, nice. Okay. Projectile count. Nice. More projectiles. Projectile count. Yep. Projectile count. Okay, got border. Chunkum got fucking chunked. Okay, movement speed. I'll take it. Ow. Movement speed. Nice. 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 Okay, shit's about to get fucky. Damn. Those ghosts suck. Break 20 pots with a single run. Okay. Oh, the ghosts are meant to be bullshit. Had to charge my phone, so this is the famous Mega Bonk. Yes, it is. His Mega Bonk. Gives you more XP from all sources. Okay. Ogre. We'll buy him. Let's see how Ogre does. There is lots of bonking. Ooh, okay. He's gonna be a little rough. Gonna be a little rough at first. Sure, lightning. Okay, got evasion. Okay. Get the suck. Nice. Ooh, this is rough. Ogre is definitely rough. Jesus. Thunder emits upon hitting an enemy, clap their cheek so hard it generates a lightning strike. Nice. Yeah, I don't like Ogre. I'm not a fan. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Ogre. Ogre is way too slow. What did I unlock? What is this? Confirm. Plus pickup range. Pickup range increases the distance from which you pick up XP. Okay. Golden sneakers. Probably makes you move faster. Carry more weapons. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Let's do monkey again. I gotta find the boss portal, wherever the hell that is. Okay, moldy cheese. Not what I would have picked, but better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, projectile count. Okay, health regen. Gotta go to Shady Guy. Oh, man, I'd love to use any of those, but I can't right now. I don't have the money. Multiplier. Ooh, revolver. Yes. Bleached, have yourself a great night. Always appreciate you being here, and we will see you tomorrow. Hopefully. Beginning to have a fever, that's not good. Projectile count. Okay, we got the wrench. Yeah. After a stressful week, feels good to just chill with some shadow time. Hell yeah. Okay, tactical glasses, I'll take it. Idle juice, absolutely. Attack speed. started a new book, The Nightland, one of the very first pieces of weird fiction written in 1912. It's 511 pages. Oh shit, really? It's all shadows, but from different dimensions. That's fair. Feathers, okay. Nice. Yeah, durational work. Increase luck. Oh shit. Increase damage by 20% per 100 max HP. Ooh. There we go. Come on, trust. Trust. Attack speed. Chunk 'em getting chunked. Nice. Are you a violence boomerang chimp? Yes. Ooh, I got ghosts. Nice. Definitely projectile count. Okay, we got the doll. Nice. Got the slurp gloves. Mm. As a banana ring tossing primate, right? Okay, what do I got? Moldy cheese. Projectile count. Final Swarm is supposed to be the final boss for winning, or just die, please, and go next kind of deal. It's the same kind of thing as in Vampire Survivors. Right? You have to face death. It's the same kind of thing. What is a battery? I want to buy these. Earn money by moving around. Oh, that's cool, actually. Holy shit. Use it to power select electronics. Oh god. No, no, no. I'm just checking to see if I have any that are coming up. Ninja. Doesn't look like it right now. Damage tome to level 7. Well, okay. See if I can get that damage tome to level 7 then. Found the boss. Or the boss portal. Fireball. Yeah. Let's just start chunking. Ow. Ow. Damn. It's doable. Play, yes, 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 yes. Just not easy at low level. Definitely not easy at low level. Size. Yeah. That's the feeling I get too, is like it's just tough. It's really, really tough with Ogre initially. Yeah. Yeah, 5% armor. Better than nothing. I don't know what thorns are, but we're going projectiles. Sure. I need something for a second weapon, so... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I feel ya. Movement speed. Ooh, shit. Nice. Dragon fire when hitting enemies. Okay. Oh, that's Dragonfire. Okay. Fair enough. Jesus Christ, 2 bosses? Fuck. Nobody think that's a little overkill? Armor, armor, armor. Projectile count, yes. Let me kill the boss, god damn it. Fuck. Ah. God damn it. Okay. Got some cheek clapping. Yeah, shield, I guess. Okay, got the doll. Oh. I've never seen a golden one before. What the fuck is that? I'm assuming epic stuff? Or legendary? Yeah. Attack speed. Fuck yes. Ooh. +2 projectile count, though. Fuck. I guess I'll go projectile for now. Okay, increases damage by 10. Shit. These are all pretty decent. Increase luck by 2% when opening a chest. Also increase chest price by 10%. Oh, ew. Well, actually... I'll skip that one. Projectile count. Boss is up there, so I gotta get up there somehow. Oh, duh. I'm monkey. I can just climb. Okay, got Ghost, got Fireball, got Nanas. Let's spawn Fuckhead. Oh, yeah. He's going down like a fucking dick. There we go. Look at that. I'm beating him off with both hands. Holy shit. And there's Clank. Nice. I got a surprise for these motherfuckers. More shield. Oh, yeah, that's where I get butt fucked. But I killed the boss. Nice. Okay. Unlocks. That's Clank. I gotta buy Clank. Okay, quests. Damn, I got a lot done. Damn, okay. Skip level up offers? Really? Okay. Can't buy any more because I want to get more weapon slots, but let's play with Clank. See what he do. What? One? Okay, sure. Fuck it. See what happens. I don't know. Yes, the Shrine of Suck. Okay. More damage for the revolver. Okay. I like the campfire. Shady guy. Idle juice. Because now I can stand still, hit for more, and be healed. Projectile count on the bone. Yeah. Ooh, yes. Absolutely, I want that. You need a cold shower? Alrighty, dude. I hope it works. More projectiles, yeah. Come on. Projectile count again. Yep. Damage. Oh shit, how did I miss that? I gotta go this way. Okay. Damage to elites. Power up multiplier. Projectile count overall. Nice. Projectile count, yep. Nice. Okay. Yeah, projectile count, absolutely. Nice. There we go. Nice. Okay, electric plug. Attack speed up. That's crit damage. Do bone projectile speed. What do I have for luck? 4%. I think crit chance would be better. Okay. Fuck it, pickup range. Movement speed. Nice. I gotta enter the portal. Nice. Whoo. Damn. Damage. Okay, projectile count. Oh, shit. I just got fucked up, but that's okay. We actually did a lot as him. Teleport to the second stage on the Forest Tier 2 is Clank. Well, we did that. We got a lot done on that one. Holy shit. Nice. Ooh, we're getting up there. We're getting up there. I still can't believe Soul did almost 8,800 kills as fucking the Knight. That's insane. What is this? Difficulty increases enemy quantity, health, speed, and strength. Only gamers pick this one. Right. Okay. We're good there. So, hopefully, I'll have... Yeah, hopefully I'll have enough to get the third weapon after this. You know what? We haven't actually done desert yet, so fuck it. Yeah. Nice. Projectile count. Those things look mean. Power up multiplier. Yeah, you know what? We'll do bone. Bone was good last time. Bone was surprisingly good. Okay, we got moldy cheese. Projectile count. Projectile speed. Armor. Nice. Okay. Projectile count. Oh, shit. I just fucked that guy up. Holy fuck. Absolutely projectile count. Bone damage. Yeah, projectile count. Projectile count. Idle juice. Yeah, movement speed, definitely. XP. Okay. Definitely projectile count. Okay. XP gain. Scorpion Nussy? Oh my god. Well, doesn't matter. That Scorpion Nussy's dead. Okay, projectile count. Spawn the boss. Ooh. Nice, totally fucked. Projectile count. Oats. Projectile count. Projectile count. Projectile count. Projectile count. Projectile count. Projectile count. I'll take it. That's fine. Nice. Okay. Unlocks. Who's this? Oh, interesting. Okay. Defeat a stage boss in under 30. Okay, well, hang on. Grab these. Yes. Play. Oh, shop. There we go. Third weapon. I was like, what the fuck did I have to buy? There we go. Much better. Carry more tomes. That's 35, but whatever. 15% more damage to elites and bosses. I like that. Yeah, let's buy the key. What are challenges? Ooh, okay. Interesting. 4 times enemy scaling, though. Holy shit. What's chonk mode? Oh. 6 minutes to win. Wow, they have a lot of shit in here. Actually kind of fucking crazy. Actually, wait a second, hang on. Wow, they have a lot of shit in this game. God damn. Yeah, I need damage tome anyway. Yeah. Yeah, go slurp. Fire staff, there we go. Yes, aura. Projectile speed tome. Yeah. Oh my god, 3 weapons is so much better. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, give me the suck. Come on, I gotta get there. Aura. Yeah, more damage there. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Mega Chad. I only need 10 for Mega Chad, huh? Well, let me... Well, I only got one. That's fine. So, unlocks Mega Chad. He wields the perfect, most powerful jawline. Okay, well, let's see what he's got. He's got aura. Flex to stop damage. Cooldown. What? That's all he does? He just flexes? Okay. That's what he does, I guess. Okay. There's the boss portal, but I don't have enough of anything right now. Yeah, I need something. Okay. This is such a weird thing. Sure. Why not? Okay, projectile speed is good. Pickup range. I like that. Attack speed, absolutely. Holy shit. More attack speed. Oh shit, there's two more down there. More aura. Okay, let's spawn fuckhead here. Nice. Okay. Aura. Projectile count. See how this goes. Damn, okay. Nice, though. I'll take that. Damn, still, monkey is the best one I got, huh? Welcome back, how you feeling? Oh. Oh. Fuck. Feeling any better, Spectre? It somewhat helped. Okay, are you feeling, I know it's gonna sound kind of stupid because you just took a cold shower, but are you feeling cold? Not really. Okay. So, what makes you think you got a fever? Put your hand on your head and it's very hot. Well, I mean, honestly, like, take it for what it's worth. Grain of salt and all that, right? Because I'm not in the medical profession anymore. But I'd be more, me personally, I'd be more worried about not feeling so good and kind of feeling like you just fell off a cliff. What does the thermometer read? Because, I mean, we all go through, like, low-grade fevers. Hang on, I don't know what that is. Let me see. Let me find out. Celsius to Fahrenheit, you said 38? Oh. Yeah, it's low grade. It's 100 and it's just over 100 degrees. Yeah, that's a low grade fever. So chances are maybe there's a little bit of a bug or something like that that's going around. You know, stuff like that. It's probably like you'll probably go to bed and it'll be fine. You know, tomorrow you might feel a little like, I'm kind of tired or whatever. But if you wake up tomorrow and it's worse, then obviously you got whatever. Since yesterday you felt like this, yeah, you could have caught the flu. Could be, you know, a cold, something like that, easily. Yeah, 100.4 in freedom units. Yep, it's true. Wait, what the fuck? Hang on. I didn't go to work, actually. Might not go in until Thursday. That's not a bad idea. Something just popped up an hour ago. We gotta take a look at it. Give me a second. I'll exit this for now. Something just popped up an hour ago. This is Black Myth, John Kui, 6 minutes of stunning in-engine footage. Did he just chop the damn thing's head off with his hand? Or, I'm sorry, she. Yo, I want some fucking fish now. God damn it. Okay, so we're not going to talk about the giant fucking ogre thing with the scar across its everything. We're just not okay. Wait, what? So we're not going to talk about the creature that just came out of a nut? Have you ever tried ceviche or know what it is? I don't really know what it is. I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is, and I've never tried it. No! Fish, no! Okay. Fish is dead. She's gonna kill a demon baby with her giant butcher knife. Or pluck green onions out of its back. Oh. Yeah, it's Wukong. Is anybody else suddenly really fucking hungry? I don't know what I just saw, but it looked awesome. Okay. Said the story's non-canon and unrelated to the main storyline. Interesting. Weird. I mean, I don't know what else to make of it. I have no idea. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. Huh. I mean, it was a thing. That's really all I can say. It was a thing. Yeah, your guess is gonna. Well, hang on, let me. Does IGN have any more? Oh, they are? Okay, so IGN is covering the Sony State of Play on the 12th, by the way. So we're 2 days out from that. That's probably why they're doing all this, by the way. We're getting one of the longest of all time, really. That I did not know. I know it's coming out on the 12th, but I didn't know we were getting one of the longest ones. Let me see here. Last Man Sitting. We already know about that. Shit, there's a lot of stuff that's come up. Holy fuck. Jesus. Okay, wait a minute. What is... Damn. 14 hours ago. 15 hours ago. Damn, this is all from today? Okay, wait a minute. Hang on. Okay. Look at this. Starting from here, this is all today on IGN. That's insane. That's just today. You should watch the Crimson gameplay stuff. Where is it? I didn't see it. I don't know what Death Scourge is, but I'll open that one. Helldivers 2, official attack on Cyberstand deep dive trailer. Okay, well, that one I want. Project Hail Mary. I heard this trailer was actually really good. Official March Towards Cyberstand deep dive trailer. Jesus. Where's the Crimson one? Turn that down.
Crimson Desert is looking to be one of the most ambitious games of the year and probably the most ambitious RPG of this generation. It's the only game that looks like it could rival GTA 6. In this video, I'm going to be quick firing a bunch of different systems and games.
Okay, first off, wrong. I'll tell you that right now. The most ambitious RPG of this generation? According to whom? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure the game's going to be fun. But most ambitious? I don't know, but most ambitious would, for me, would probably have to go to Baldur's Gate 3 for most ambitious RPG, or most ambitious would easily have to go to Expedition 33. That's another huge one. 30 fucking people made one fucking game. That's pretty fucking ambitious.
Gameplay features that will show you the insanity and intention to detail within Crimson Desert. So you're not only going to have one playable character, but Pearl Abyss has revealed that we are going to be getting 3 playable characters, and they are all quite different from each other. We have a brute orc, an agile female Greymane, and of course our main character.
Wait, 3 playable characters, but none of them you can customize. So Baldur's Gate 3 already beats the shit out of it, and so does Elden Ring.
Himself. Each one of these characters also has a different playstyle attached to them, so they will feel different from each other.
I mean, I'd hope they'd have a different playstyle. Like, what?
Hello everyone, welcome to the first Crimson Desert Features overview video. In this series, we'll be sharing information about several gameplay features and providing a look into what you can expect when you step into the world of Crimson Desert. Today, we'll cover our main protagonist Cliff and his story, as well as the open world where your journey will take place. This is the continent of Pywell, a seamless open world filled with natural beauty. Here you'll find both vast wilderness stretching as far as the eye can see, and bustling cities inhabited by residents from all walks of life. As you explore, you may also come across ancient ruins and more just waiting to be discovered. But for all its beauty, danger lurks in all corners. Rival factions clash in deadly conflicts. Hostile forces roam the lands. And high above, in the realm known as the Abyss, a growing mystical imbalance threatens to push the world toward chaos.
I mean, don't get me wrong, this looks really pretty, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I think that dude from the other video, I think he's trying to blow smoke up everybody's ass, because he's just like, he's like really excited. Like, so far, I haven't seen anything that's been more ambitious than Expedition 33. I haven't seen anything that's been more ambitious than Baldur's Gate 3. And I haven't seen anything that's been more ambitious than Elden Ring.
This is where you step in.
Here, take these wings. It's time to return.
You will play as Cliff, a formidable warrior of the Greymanes, a faction hailing from the region of Payloon. Renowned for their commitment to peace, the Greymanes have long fought for their homeland's unity and protected the innocent. To Cliff, his fellow Greymanes are family in all but name, and he has fought with...
Well, no, let me just clarify, right? I haven't seen anything crazy as of yet, but what I will say is if they are pulling off crazy stuff, I'm not entirely surprised, because look at where we were 10 years ago, right? We had 10 years ago, we had Dark Souls 3, right? Which revolutionized a lot of shit, streamlined a lot of the Souls-like stuff and Soulsborne stuff. And then fast forward, now we've got Elden Ring, we've got Elden Ring Night Rain, we got Duskbloods coming out, we've got Armored Core 6. We've also got and Elden Ring was, I mean, it's easily like one of the best games of all time. There's no doubting that. We got Baldur's Gate 3, same thing. We got Expedition 33, same thing. Nobody thought anybody could pull off half the shit that they did in those games. So if you know how to, use an engine, or, you have people that know what they're doing, yeah, you can pull off some really awesome shit. And that's fantastic. And I'm not saying that they can't. I just, that other video, and we'll go back and we'll watch it after this one, but that other video, I was like, I don't know.
Them side by side, determined to preserve unity in their lands.
Rest well.
But we first join Cliff in the days after that peace is shattered.
Gian has fallen, and with the great leader's death, our land, Peloon, once unified, has been plunged into chaos.
Oh, and that's the other thing. We didn't have Ghost of Tsushima. We didn't have Ghost of Yotei, right? This game, if I'm being honest, reminds me of, with what we've seen and what we've heard so far, it reminds me a lot of, say, a lot of the mechanics from, like, Elden Ring, but also mixed with a lot of the mechanics and the attention to detail and beauty of Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yotei, right? That's the vibe that I'm getting. It's like a mix between the two, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I really don't.
And now, a bloody battle unfolds between the Greymanes, who fight to uphold his will, and the Black Bear forces that seek to set it aflame.
Your journey begins with reuniting the surviving Greymanes to rebuild the faction.
Who made Dragon's Dogma, by the way? I honestly can't remember. I remember seeing Dragon's Dogma and Dragon's Dogma 2, like the trailers, but I've never played them. I haven't seen anything, like any real gameplay of them in a while, so I really don't know.
And reclaim your homeland.
Oh, Capcom? Well, then I can tell you right now, it's instantly better than Dragon's Dogma. And it blows it out of the water, because everything that Capcom does, if it's not Resident Evil and it's not Street Fighter, is dog shit.
But as you venture farther, the clearer it will become that the fate of more than just the Greymanes is in your hands. Forces of greed and malice wreak havoc across the continent, while a far greater threat emerges. The gazes of dark forces are fixed on the Abyss, a mysterious realm that holds power beyond imagination. And in doing so, drives the balance of this unknown world and the continent below ever deeper into chaos. Fragments of the Abyss are falling to the lands below and...
Wait, what do you mean both of... Oh, Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2? Yeah, if they're both Capcom, then I guarantee this is going to play a hell of a lot better than Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2, because if you're not Resident Evil and you're not Street Fighter, literally everything else that is made by Capcom sucks dick. Everything's really clunky, nothing runs correctly, the frame rate sucks, the ports are awful, none of the mechanics work properly, the online is dog shit, and so on and so forth. They started as an MMO when they changed the route and went single player. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't know. But I'll keep watching. Let's see.
Scattered across Pylo, defeating those that seek to use these remnants, and restoring the Abyss's broken balance will be an important part of your journey.
The Abyss holds what the world itself will contain, which is why they plot to open the gate.
What's behind it?
Pure power, raw and untamed.
The moment it is claimed by a single hand.
Yeah, no. It's not that. It's the thought process behind two different styles of doing a thing, and depending on how far along they were in development, and I'm not saying that they were like super far, but depending on how far along they were throughout development, when they changed, that could drastically change how things actually end up being, and it could be a very not so good thing for this game. Because the problem is and we delved into this last week with MMOs. The issue is that MMOs are supposed to be social, right? So even if you're like soloing stuff and you're doing stuff by yourself, the fact that you're in an area where you feel a social presence of other people allows you to feel like you're doing something for a greater cause, or that there's like you're part of a greater whole, things like that. But the game mechanics of an MMO have not typically changed in like 22 fucking years. So the actual game mechanics for most MMOs end up being really fucking boring and grinding for the sake of grinding, not because they actually like want you to get anywhere. But when you do get somewhere, it's because you've spent God knows how many hours doing the thing while socializing with people, which is a vastly different thought process from a single player RPG. If you're doing a single player RPG, you want to make sure that you have a story front and center, and you also want to make sure that there is some sort of clear progression that is attainable for the players, and not something that is so far outside the realm of possibility for a single player RPG that you just end up getting bored. Right? So it's not how it looks, it's not how the combat looks, it's how everything else is, right? Are they doing this as, oh, well, we decided to make this a single-player RPG, but this was originally an MMO, so we have a lot of MMO stuff still left in it? Because if that's the case, then you're going to be grinding just for the sake of grinding, which is really going to suck, like, a lot. That's not going to be fun. The game, like, people do not sign up for an MMO to sit there and just play the MMO unless it's something narratively driven like Final Fantasy XIV, right? People don't give a shit about the storyline when it comes to WoW. People don't give a shit about a storyline when it comes to Rift. They don't give a shit about a storyline when it comes to, like, basically any other MMO. They don't give a shit about the game mechanics so long as they can get them in the first 20 minutes. It's literally all about the social aspect, and because you have that social aspect, you're willing to put up with, compared to today's stuff, basically subpar controls and subpar mechanics and subpar game mechanics in terms of grinding, because you have that social group that you can be a part of. That's a vastly different mindset than a single player RPG, like vastly different, right? Like you might as well be in your basement coming up with an MMO and then going 18 towns over and then coming up with something completely, like, that's how different they are.
Ruin is sure to follow. If we fail to do so, countless lives will be lost. We can't do this alone. Naira, gather all of the Greymaids.
Consider it done.
Kick focus! They're all fucking dead!
The story of Crimson Desert centers on Cliff.
This way.
Okay, we've been told 4 times now in 5.5 minutes that the story is centered on Cliff. We still have no fucking idea what the story is, but we have literally been told 4 times that the story is centered around Cliff. I'd really like them to tell us what the story is, other than who it's centered around.
How's the situation?
But as his tale unfolds, 2 new playable characters will come to join your journey. As these characters become available, you will be able to freely explore Pywell and undertake many quests outside the main story with them.
Yeah, see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about right here, right? You're doing mundane tasks. Now, that in and of itself isn't necessarily an indictment of the game. However, it is an indictment of they probably left some MMO stuff in there. That's not looking promising, if I'm being honest.
Each character has their own combat style, as well as unique skills and weapons, allowing you to experience the world and its battles in different ways. Pywell is made up of 5 regions, each holding stories to be told and discoveries waiting to be found.
The combat looks fine. I'm not worried about the combat. I'm worried about a lot of other things.
The main questline follows Cliff's journey through the central story, but questing in Pywell goes far beyond following a single path.
Hey, did you guys know that the story is centered around Cliff?
The continent is full of other tales, interesting encounters, and hidden challenges that all shape your adventure, and you're free to take them on in any order you choose. Many of Pywell's quests revolve around the factions, houses, and organizations of Pywell. Some of these quests are grand, with large-scale objectives like reclaiming fortresses and taking on formidable foes.
Do you know how to drive a wagon? Would you take the reins and get me to the trading post?
While others are quieter, requiring you to help residents with everyday tasks. From the outset, some factions will be friendly and may give you missions.
The Bleed Bandits are raising an army of their own. And worse still, they've stolen the family spear manual. My son Graham went to reclaim it, but he's gone silent. With the rest of my men serving the Duke, I find myself in need of your aid.
Others, however, are hostile forces who are residing in or occupying the area.
Oh, you mean like the Alliance and the Horde?
Roothold, originally under the jurisdiction of House Celeste, is currently blockaded, under siege by the invading forces of Gwen Kraber. The area will be liberated once Gwen Kraber and Kraber's soldiers are defeated. Roothold is now back under the control of its rightful faction, House Celeste.
Now, see, that I like, and that's stuff that you could easily do in Ghost of Tsushima, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think the combat looks great. I like the being able to take bases and stuff like that. That's all good.
Enemy forces have withdrawn, and the region will now be safe to travel. In other liberated locations, the homes of rightful residents may be restored. Rewards for faction quests will be helpful in your character progression, from meeting new merchants to receiving equipment for your journey and gaining access to resources like lumber, stone, and other materials you'll need to rebuild the Greymane's home.
Shit. Okay. I don't particularly care for that.
In Pywell, exploration is more than travel. It's discovery. Whether it's finding undiscovered points of interest, hidden treasures, or simply a vantage point to take in the view, there is much that will draw your curiosity to wander. With sights, secrets, and surprises along the way catching your attention, and no strict path, you can pretty much go anywhere that captures your interest.
So it's not just open world, it's sandbox.
A trusty steed provides reliable travel, but Cliff himself can climb and even glide across distances. Further into your journey, you'll also gain access to a missile-firing mech and a dragon that will allow you to soar high above the world. On your journey, you will meet a wide variety of the continent's inhabitants as part of everyday life in Pywell.
Okay, so what do you guys think about traveling when it comes to flying, especially in any sort of medieval game or any sort of game in that realm, like fantasy, just kind of generally? I'm torn, because on the one hand, it does look really cool, and you can get from point A to point B. And I'm not talking about this game in particular. It happens in a lot of games. You can get from point A to point B quickly, but on the other hand, you also miss out on the adventure. So, like, for instance, okay, if, well, it's not, no, but it is considered faster, right? Because here's the thing, you're not flying through the actual forest, you're flying above it and missing literally all the content that is down in the forest itself. So you could literally go back and forth across the entire continent and miss 60 to 70% of it and never touch the ground, and you there is no way in hell you're ever going to know what's ever there, unless for whatever reason they go, okay, well, here's a mission, you have to go to here and you have to do a thing, and then you take the dragon or whatever it is over to that place, right? The problem is you miss all that content. That's like walking everywhere in RDR instead of using a horse. If you see things, piques your interest, then you can look further into it. No, that's not true. And the reason why it's not true is because even though a horse does actually allow you to go faster, yes, you still have the opportunity more often than not in RDR2 to actually come across things in the middle of nowhere on your horse. You do not get that when you're 1,000 feet up on a dragon. Unless there are other dragons and stuff like that to fight, there is nothing in the air typically except for you. Whereas if you try to go from, say, Valentine to Rhodes, you can absolutely find NPCs doing different things. There are camps, because you might see smoke coming up from a camp, and you go over, oh, wait, what's that? That looks kind of cool. I wonder what's over there, and things like that. You're going to miss 90% of that flying on a dragon, going 200 miles an hour. You're going to miss it. You just are. That's how it works, right? Especially when you're moving a lot faster and you're very high up, there's not going to be a lot of detail, right? That's assuming it doesn't pop up on your map as soon as you go over it on a dragon. Why would it? You haven't discovered it yet. That's my point. That's exactly my point. If they're making this an open world sandbox, there is no reason why they would put anything on the map for you to begin with until you discover it. There's zero reason for them to do that. Otherwise, as soon as you fly over, you're going to have 400 different things to check out almost immediately, because you're so high up, the map has to zoom so far out to show you where you are that they might as well just give you everything. But they're not going to do that. Excuse me. They're not going to do that because they're going to want you to explore, right? So if they give you everything, then there's no reason to really explore, because you've already discovered it, which means you may check out one or a couple of things and then go, oh, okay, it's this, and then just bypass the rest of it. And then you're never going to know what any of that is. So the only logical thing to do would be to not give you that information, so that you actually have to go through the forest on foot and find out all these things and see all these cool different creatures and see all this stuff that you won't see if you're flying. You just won't. I'd assume if I fly over something or near something, then I discover it, like most games. Most games are not an open world sandbox that are supposed to be based on discovery like this, which is what they've been talking about. That's the point. Sure, if you got something that's, you know, as big as a continent, yeah, obviously you're not going to miss it. But who's to say you're ever going to see a tree ant unless there's a story, a story quest specifically that sends you in that direction, right? If they don't have a story quest where you see a tree ant, there's a very, very, very good chance you may never see one if all you do is fly around on a dragon all the time. Because that tree ant was big, yes, but those trees were a fuck ton bigger. Because that tree ant didn't even go halfway up the trees. So you'll never see it. You see what I mean? You're missing out on content. It's cool to sit there and go, yeah, I want to go from point A to point B and stuff like that, and take in the scenery and take in the beauty and so on. But imagine all the stuff that you're missing on the ground. So it means one of two things. Either A, they're using the dragon to bypass the lack of content that should be there, or B, they're putting in a system that only does so well for X amount of things, but you end up missing a massive majority of the content that they want you to see to begin with. That's kind of the issue that I have, because I'm torn. Is it cool to ride on a dragon? Absolutely it is. Is it cool to miss out on a fuck ton of content? No.
Amongst them, hostile factions and enemies each present their own threats, from well-trained soldiers and sorcerers to ferocious beasts and machines that will test your combat skill and adaptability. And for those seeking a different kind of challenge, Pywell holds many mysteries.
So Pywell holds many mysteries. Okay, fair enough. Again, if you're riding on a dragon, how are you going to know that those mysteries are there? Why would they put a question mark on a mini-map? If you're supposed to go out and discover them for yourself, putting a question mark on a mini-map isn't going to do anybody any good. That's just going, oh, you should go here. Well, why? That kind of defeats the point of discovery, doesn't it?
From ancient mechanisms hidden in forgotten ruins to enigmatic puzzles, each rewarding keen observation and problem solving. Now, let's go over just some of the things you can discover out in the world. The Abyss is a mysterious realm brimming with secrets and untold power. Its influence stretches far beyond its own borders, spilling into the lands of Pywell. Fragments have fallen to the world below and lie scattered across the continent. And discovering these remnants will be an important part of your journey. You'll come across artifacts, powerful items necessary to unlock and upgrade your skills. Artifacts can be earned through quests and combat, while others lie in more hidden corners of the world, waiting for those willing to stray from the beaten path. Traces of the Abyss you discover will open up fast travel locations, making it easier to revisit and explore the areas of Pywell you've discovered.
Yeah, so that's point to point, which I don't have a problem with.
In time, your search will inevitably take you to the Abyss itself. Venturing into its mysterious realms will put your wits to the test as you uncover its secrets and restore the Abyss's broken balance. Across Pywell lie valuable equipment and items, some tucked away in hidden corners, others guarded fiercely within enemy camps, forts, and strongholds. Many of the items you uncover may offer powerful and helpful advantages in combat and exploration. Even the smaller items you collect along the way can prove unexpectedly useful, benefiting those who search every path and face every challenge. The world of Pywell is rich with knowledge waiting to be uncovered, from knowledge about its inhabitants and wildlife to skills, items, and more. This information can be acquired in many ways, by interacting with characters and objects, exploring new areas, and even observing from afar. The knowledge you gather may provide clues to completing quests, open paths to acquiring new skills, or offer helpful guidance. That's all for today's look at the story and world of Crimson Desert. In the future, we'll be highlighting combat, progression, and life in Pywell, so stay tuned. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again.
Okay. So we watched this one, that's fine, right? Now let's go back to this one, because I don't think this guy...
Each other. The open world of Pywell is actually twice as large as Skyrim and larger than Red Dead Redemption 2.
I mean, that's not that hard.
Get around this world by gliding with a set of wings or a glider, horses, bears, raptors, a robot mech suit, and even a dragon. There are also boats and hot air balloons too. And we've also seen that some of these mounts can actually be used in combat, like the dragon using his fire breath, bears to maul people, and even mounted combat on horses. There is also a grappling hook, will make you feel like Spider-Man, and will allow you to get some momentum to fling yourself across certain areas. The game also features a variety of weapons that you find in other games. However, with this game, we actually have some brutal hand-to-hand grappling systems, which allows you to pull off wrestling moves like the RKO, the neck breaker, a suplex, the Cesaro swing, and many more wrestling moves. And layered upon that is the elemental abilities component, which allows you to perform elemental damage with any weapon and unique elemental ability.
So wait, why are we doing WWE moves? Maybe it's just me, and maybe it's because I'm getting older, but I don't, especially where you have a bunch of different weapons to choose from, other than it being like a specific like takedown, like a finishing movers. I don't see the point in WWE moves. It feels so out of place.
Bow and arrow, you can actually go slow motion like in the Matrix or Max Payne series, and the game actually utilizes a majority of buttons on your controller, like L3 and R3 for certain elemental attacks and grappling button. It's implementing a lot from fighting games, using bumpers and triggers, L3, R3, and all the other face buttons on the controller. You can also swap out your weapons during the battle, so swapping from a sword to a greatsword to a bow and arrow is very easy. You can also use the...
Okay, so literally just like Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei.
Elemental abilities like the wind give you a quick whirlwind sprint during a battle encounter. Also, the whistling arrow allows you to summon an artillery strike, and just like Thor, you can conjure the power of thunder and lay down Odin's might on your enemies. You can even use the environment as weapons, like actually wielding these great pillars during castle fights. You can also set wood on fire and electrocute water as some more strategies for your arsenal. The game also has summons, as there is a sword that actually summons a genie-like creature during battles, which is likely from another boss. In some areas, there are also cannons that you can use, and the grappling hook can give you enough momentum so you can layer it on top with the wind ability to strike down your enemies from above. There is also stealth in this game where you can use the darkness to your advantage,
like Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei and any of the Arkham games and Metal Gear Solid.
climb on trees for cover, and able to extinguish their light source. There will also be dynamic events around the world, which you can interact with any of your 3 playable characters. There are also 5 regions in the game, each with different and diverse biomes and different terrains. And Crimson Desert is, of course, a red sand region, Pywell. There are also different...
Like, and by the way, I'm not shitting on the game itself. It's that I think this guy, and I don't know him, but I feel like this guy is blowing it way out of proportion. Does everything we've seen look good so far? Yes. Everything we've seen looks great so far. But to sit there and say that this is going to be the game of a generation, I think is really, really, really reaching. Like, insanely reaching. There's nothing in here so far that I haven't seen from Elden Ring Night Rain, a very basic Baldur's Gate 3, Clair Obscur is another one. Like, I mean, there's hell, the populated cities and whatnot. I could easily sit there and say that looks exactly like Witcher 3. It looks like The Witcher 4, what we've seen of it so far. It also looks like what we know is absolutely going to be in Fable. So what is it that is making this game the game of a generation? You see what I mean? Like, I have no problem with them using these elements, and there's nothing wrong with them using any of these elements. But there is nothing that stands out to me for him to back up the claim that this is the game of a generation. So far, there's nothing. It looks like a great game, and I'm sure it will be, but game of a generation?
Factions and houses within the game which you can of course do quests for, and even organization. This is where castle sieges and reclaiming fortresses come in, as you can choose which faction you want to fight for, and then either protect or conquer other faction strongholds, which leads to these large scale battles. There are also these wagons, which allows you to carry heavier loads to help NPCs with more of their mundane tasks. You would also need to liberate certain regions in order to travel there without getting attacked. Doing faction quests also unlocks new merchants and new equipment. You will also be needing resources to rebuild the Greymane's home, and this also comes from mining, faction quests, normal quests, and just finding the resources.
Yeah, you see what I mean? These trees are so much fucking taller than this tree ant. Like, this tree ant is lucky if it goes halfway up the height of a tree. So you mean to tell me that if you're going 1,000, 1,200 feet above the treetops, and you're flying at like 100 or 200 miles an hour, that you're going to notice this thing? No way in hell.
Out in the world. Just like Elden Ring, there are going to be hidden treasures around the world with likely no map markers for them, as well as platforming areas which will also have their own rewards and challenges. There will also be maps to hidden treasures scattered around the world, and even secret rooms behind bookcases. You can even climb around just like in Assassin's Creed and Shadow of Mordor, and also combine this with grappling, elemental jumps, and gliding to get around. There will also be circuses.
Okay, so we've got grappling and jumping and climbing, like we had in Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. Again, nothing wrong with those mechanics, but I'm still not seeing anything that's making it game of a generation. Those are his words, by the way. They're not mine.
In the game, different dynamic events which you can participate in. You can learn new skills by observing other people. So to unlock fishing, you have to actually observe a fisherman to then be able to unlock the ability to fish. There is also this Witcher sense in the game, which will aid you in solving puzzles and identifying objects in the world. In order to upgrade your character, you will have to find these artifacts, which are found in the sky platform area known as the Abyss. But you can also learn combat attacks from, again, observing in the world. You can buy equipment and then use a smithy to upgrade that equipment, and there's also a mining mechanic for you to go out into the world and mine the resources needed for upgrading your equipment.
There it is, right there. That's exactly what I was talking about. Right there. This is where the MMO aspect of it comes in, and you're grinding for the sake of grinding. Want a new weapon? Great. You're going to have to make it. Okay, fair enough. Now, unlike Kingdom Come KCD2, right, where you can do a couple of quests and you can make a little bit of money, find a couple of things here and there to pick them up and just whatever on your journey, as well as going to the store and buying whatever extra you need in order to actually make the weapons themselves, which is typically how people would do things. They're making you go out of your way to grind, gathering all the fucking resources in order to then go back and not fuck up making your weapons. There's your MMO aspect. The mechanics of it are boring, right? If you had to go and do that in EVE Online, you're going to be sitting there and you're going to be talking to your buddies while you're mining ice, right? Whether it be on TeamSpeak or whether it be on Discord or whether it be in the chat, in the local chat area, in the game, or whatever, right? So you don't really mind because typically you're going to have music on in the background anyway, and you're shooting the shit, you're letting the ship do the thing or whatever. If you got to grind in Final Fantasy XIV, the grind sucks. But you're sitting there and you're talking with people in your FC. You're sitting there and you're talking with people on Discord. You're sitting there and you're talking with people on TeamSpeak. You're sitting there and you're talking with people in general. Or in the area chat or whatever. You will not get that in this game. So the only thing that you're going to be doing is grinding your ass off for the sake of grinding. And they're using it as a full-fledged game mechanic to get something out of it that could literally take you hours of pissed away time. That's what I was kind of worried about.
You can also customize your equipment by giving them special stats and abilities through the Abyss Gear vendor. You can also get a backpack EMP device to handle mech-based enemies, and there are a variety of different boss fights, from sky enemies, mechanical dragons, to other warriors, to beasts and monsters, and so much more. There is also a bounty systems within the towns, and in the wilderness there are camps to clear out, outposts to conquer, and different dynamic quests to engage with. Also, beating certain boss battles, you can actually learn the abilities of that boss for you to then use in your battle. And you can even mount these bosses just like in Dragon's Dogma to inflict piercing damage as they try to shake you off. Some bosses like the Queen Stowback Crab even has mining materials on its body which you can plunder. Some bosses will even have a crowd watching, just like this Split Horn. Actually going into the crowd actually pushes the different NPCs back, which is a great attention to detail. The most game will just have an invisible wall. You can also push certain enemies into objects which will then break, just like these barrels. You will also be able to meditate and rest just like in The Witcher, and the open world is seamless, not locked behind load screens. Certain areas require permits for you to enter, just like Hanan's castle, and entry without a permit will activate the wanted system. Now, looking at letters within your inventory,
you see what I mean? Like, he keeps qualifying, instead of like just saying you can do this, right? He has to keep qualifying it by going, just like in The Witcher, just like in Hanan's castle, just like in this, just like in that. And it's like, you can say that you can do these things without having to relate them to other games that you think are awesome to try and make this game more awesome. Let it stand on its own. I'm heading to bed now. Hope tomorrow I get much better. Have a great night, guys. Bedge. Spectre, have yourself a great night, buddy. Hope you feel better. I really, really do.
Story actually has Cliff engaging with the letter physically. You can also whistle for your horse just like in other open world games, and you can even explore castles inside. NPCs will also start screaming and reacting if their outposts are on fire and being invaded by enemies, and you can actually put out fires by grabbing pots of water and throwing them onto burning buildings. You can also carry injured NPCs to get them out of dangerous areas.
Now, this I like. This, I think, is a cool system, right? You see something, it's on fire, you can stop, you can help out, you can throw water on the fire so that you can get in there, you can find the person or people, you can carry them out. You know, you got a ticking clock kind of deal, especially if you don't put all the fire out, because obviously the house is going to burn down. That's cool. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that.
And of course, you can crouch around and assassinate enemies without being detected. The game also features a dynamic weather system and is using the Black Space engine, the same engine that powers Black Desert, but with a bunch of new upgrades. As this game was originally intended to be an MMORPG and then became a single player RPG, Pearl Abyss then enhanced the engine to add volumetric fog with fluid simulation, which reacts to our character's movement, as well as how the clouds in the sky affect the lighting and shadows within the world of Pywell. There is also some beautiful work of the GPU based cloth and hair simulation, which is why everything just looks so realistic in this world, as well as ray tracing is also used and is said to be used as the game is running in 4K 60 frames per second. But there is so much more that Pearl Abyss hasn't shown yet, and we are going to be getting one more features overview video, and the game is releasing just next month in March. So there's not a long wait left, and we'll all be able to get our hands on the game soon, as the game had gone gold just a few weeks ago. We do talk about a bunch of different RPGs on this channel, from The Witcher 4, The Witcher 1 Remake, Cyberpunk 2, The Elder Scrolls 6, and so much more.
By the way, I will say this. I really, really wish that people, especially people like this, would actually tell you what it means when a game goes gold. I really do, because I don't think that there are a lot of people that understand what it is, and people are using it more so as a, what's the word I'm looking for here? They're using it as a buzzword. And it gives the wrong, it really does give the wrong, idea. So what they mean by it goes gold is it's been put on a master disc, right? That's how it used to go, right? If you created a game, doesn't matter whether it was for PC or console, everything was collated, everything was, you know, finished up, everything was finalized, all the data was put on a disc and or dumped into a computer, and then it was put on a golden disc that was pressed, so that it doesn't matter how many times you copy it, you're not going to wear the thing out. And the disc itself was gold. So when they say it goes gold, that's what they're talking about. The game itself has been put on a master. That doesn't mean that the game has gone gold like it would in the record agency or the music industry, where, oh, well, they sold X amount of copies and now it's gone gold or it's gone platinum. So it feels like they're using it more as a buzzword, and I don't even know if they know what it means. Because now he's just dropping it casually like, oh, well, considering it gone gold. Well, okay, great. How about you tell people what gone gold means?
Leave some of those videos in the description and pin comment section below, and please feel free to browse the channel. Subscribe to get all the latest on the brand new AAA open world games. And guys, it is finally here. The Balboa Club Witch Hunt Collection Volume 1 is now available and will run from December through February, and this drop is specifically inspired by The Witcher, as I wanted to blend the styles of the wrestling world with the games we all know and love. Please go ahead and check out the Balboa Club store.
Like, I just,
the website is in the description, and
I understand he's excited, and I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, and I'm going to link this again just so everybody, you know, you guys can watch it on your own time. I don't necessarily think him being hyped for a game is a bad thing, like, whatsoever, but at the same time, it's like, dude, let's let's tone it down just a wee bit here. Can we? Like, when you literally said game of a generation, and you mean to tell me that it's going to be miles ahead of Elden Ring, it's going to be miles ahead of Elden Ring Night Rain, it's going to be miles ahead of Duskbloods, it's going to be miles ahead of Armored Core 6, it's going to be miles ahead of Expedition 33, it's going to be miles ahead of The Witcher 4, it's going to be miles ahead of Fable, it's going to be miles ahead of GTA 6, it's going to be miles ahead of literally insert fucking video game that's come out and has been labeled as the best video game, you know, like one of the best video games of all time. You mean to tell me that it's going to be miles ahead of that? Meanwhile, the only thing he did was go, well, it has all these different things like in this game, and it has it allows you to do slow down stuff like in Max Payne, and it has like, dude, you don't need to qualify everything with going, it has something like this previous game to justify how good a game is going to be. Let the game speak for itself. That's all you have to do. You can say the game allows you to do all this and never talk about another game. You don't have to compare it. Ever. Matt Glad, how you doing, buddy? I don't know what this is, but it doesn't look bad. Portland coming in with a raid. Thank you so much. RoboCort raid. Well, Cortland, thank you so much for the raid. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. We're only here for like another 7 minutes, but we're checking out a couple of trailers before we go. But thank you so much. Really appreciated. Hold on 1 second here. There we go. What were you up to today? You were playing Vital Shell. How was it? How's Vital Shell going? Master of suggesting people to stream. Oh, yes, he is, and he's awesome at it. And thank you so much, Matt Glad, for doing that. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, this looks interesting. I mean, you know, kind of reminds me almost of like an SCP thing, if I'm being honest. Okay, we got two more things. We got this, which is March Towards Cyberstan, and then we got the official tack on Cyberstan for Helldivers 2, which I've been looking into recently. Just unlocked everything, played RoboCop Rogue City as well. Oh, Rogue City was so much fun. I loved Rogue City. Also, Girly Satan, welcome in. It's good to see you.
Helldivers, urgent message. We have received intel that the automatons have stolen the plans to the Star of Peace. We believe that they are building a weapon of mass destruction.
Cyberstan's atmosphere has shown signs of great amounts of pollution.
That looks cool.
Surveillance shows that on its surface, great factories have been constructed.
These actions will not stand as
True.
we march to Cyberstan. To take this battle to the automatons, we will unleash our greatest weaponry.
The TD-220 Bastion is a direct evolution of the original TD-110 from the First Galactic War, armed with a 120mm main battle cannon, firing high explosive projectiles, as well as a coaxially mounted heavy machine gun.
Nice.
A Bastion tank crew is composed of a driver, a gunner, and 2 supporting passenger seats. This allows for a full team of Helldivers to ride together into the breach
Okay,
in the name of spreading
that's actually awesome. 4 people in a vehicle.
managed democracy.
In this unprecedented time, we know they must be stopped.
The fate of this historic march rests solely in the hands of you, Helldiver.
The machines must perish in order for life to flourish.
Please listen.
Going to be bad. Not forget resources.
Okay. Not bad. What's the next one? Attack on Cyberstan. All right, let's see. What do they got? These came out like a day from each other.
Cyberstan has remained as a stain on the face of our galaxy. We have the chance to take it from our enemy once and for all. The fate of this historic march rests in the hands of the Helldivers. Super Earth High Command has located an ideal landing site. You will be required to fight your way and choose your path between the cities of Cyberstan until you reach its capital.
Okay, that's cool.
Our reconnaissance team has come back with this valuable info about these factories on Cyberstan. They are filled with the most horrible, vile, and disgusting machinery mankind has ever seen. It harbors the very rot of democracy. This heinous act will not stand.
Helldivers are reminded that each reinforcement has a significant monetary cost and will affect this reinforcement budget. Should the reinforcement budget run out, this mission will be aborted.
Oh, damn.
Initial reports from the front lines reveal that
we are facing
a new
abomination. Wait, don't put the... No! Listen! Listen!
Damn. I think I might have to go back and check out more Helldivers. Okay, last one, and then I'm going to be calling it Project Hail Mary. This is actually the final trailer for Project Hail Mary, which actually does look really decent. So let's check it out.
I understand that you think I'm the right person for this mission. I understand the stakes.
Object approaching.
If we do nothing, everything on this planet will go extinct, including us. Dr. Grace, the world is counting on you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm Grace. I'm gonna call you Rocky. We're here for the same reason. His son is dying too. If we're gonna save our planet, we have to learn how to communicate. Check this out. We have about 250 words. Let's find you a voice.
Why is a school teacher in space?
Nope.
Why is a school teacher in space?
Try this.
I am Rocky. I like.
So I have a new roommate now.
Hi, Grace.
Together, we're pretty smart. But no one's ever done this before.
It is time go.
I think you mean go time, pal.
There are infinite possibilities for this to go wrong.
This ship wasn't built for this.
If Grace, Rocky save Stars, we can go home.
I think this is a one-way trip for me.
I will not let Grace die.
That actually looks really, really, really good. It does. I actually I'm kind of excited for that. All right, this will be the last thing, and then we're calling it. What is this? Oh yeah, no, we saw this already. Yeah, we saw this before. I picked up a thing, by the way, on this. It specifically says, if I can find the stupid thing. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, it's got to be... Yeah, here, I think. From all of us at Game Science for the Year of the Horse, savor the feast, slumber in peace, which is all well and fine. And then at the very, very, very end... It says, Year of the Horse Special. This content is non-canon and unrelated to the main storyline. So I'm kind of wondering what exactly this is. We haven't seen, if I'm being honest, like a whole hell of a lot. We saw like a lot of making food, which is cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. If all you're doing, like, I'd be perfectly fine with making food for monsters and demons and crap, right? In the graphics in which they showed. I think that would actually be kind of cool. It'd be an interesting take, right? You have like a mythical kitchen, right, with all these mythical monsters and like, oh, that's actually cool. I like that. That's really sweet. I just have no idea what any of this has to do with the game itself. And I think I need to see more, because so far we've only seen 2 trailers. We saw this one, and we saw the one with the really big tiger that dude was riding on. That's basically it. We haven't seen much of anything else for it. So yeah, I'm kind of torn. Like, what we've seen looks great, but I don't know if there's any more. You know what I mean? And again, even if it is just a cooking thing, I don't think that's a bad deal. I really don't. I just wish they'd tell us what it is. You know what I mean? So, yeah. One of those deals. But, you know what I'm going to do? Hang on one second. Here's what I'm going to do. We have a good friend of ours. Their name is Flickerclad, and Flickerclad is amazing, and we love and adore Flick here. And Flick is currently playing Resident Evil 4. Looks like they're doing RE4 Remake. So what we're going to do is we're going to raid Flick. That's what we're going to do. And let's do this. Let's see here. Yeah, this one everybody should have. So here. Perfect. There you go. There is the raid message. If you don't have that emote for whatever reason, use whatever you got. But I do want to thank Cortland coming in with the raid, and I also want to thank Matt Glad for coming in and coming along and bringing the raid to us. I really, really appreciate it. I will be back later on today, for sure. Don't know what we're doing just yet, but we'll be doing something for sure. But let's go say hi to Flick And thank you, everybody, for being here. And, yeah, until I see you all later on today, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and, of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Let's go say hi to Flick. I'm going to hit the raid button, and we're going to head over. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. I'm out. Take care. Bye, guys.